Good morning. The April 22nd meeting of the Public Service, Arts, and Youth Initiative Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. And the reading of the word today is from Romans 2:11. For there is no respective of persons with God. Tasia, please call the roll.
Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley, Councilman Spinoza, Councilwoman Swearengin Washington, Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, Councilman Canale, Councilwoman Green, Chair Cooper Sutton.
Present. Item number 1 is a presentation from Zipporah Merle regarding the Memphis Mecca. Will you come? And can you give us your name and your address?
My name is Zipporah Merle.
Turn that on. Turn it on, it should be green. There you are.
My name is Zipporah Merle. Address is 545 South Home Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38111.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you guys for having us out today. We are here with Memphis Mecca and South Mecca Development. So I'm going to enlarge the presentation really quick, and we can go from there. Oh. Okay, there we go. Perfect. All right. So I kind of left you guys all a packet to read a little bit about Memphis Mecca, which is a 501c3. Also South Mecca Development, which is our anchor development as well. We are aspiring developers born and raised in Memphis, Tennessee, and we feel like that, now is the future for Memphis to have is, new builders, developers, and so forth. Right here, it says the future is here. It's time for Memphis to get caught up. All right, this is the content for the presentation. We will talk a little bit about who we are. We also will talk about Memphis Mecca and South Mecca Development, or why this project matters to us, the generational shift, and also the budget comparison, and the project and the demand. All right, who we are. We're not just developers, we're the generation Memphis forgot to plan for. All right. Memphis Mecca is a 501c3 nonprofit. We're dedicated to economic development and community improvement here in Memphis. We develop spaces that enhance city offerings, including entertainment, walkable communities, and cultural destinations. Our goal is to help Memphis evolve with its emerging generations through intentional and inclusive development. We are a group of young, aspiring developers. Like I said, we're born and raised in Memphis, products of this city shaped by both its beauty and its neglect. We watched once vibrant parts of town fade while opportunity became tied to zip codes. This work is personal because we've lived the gaps and we know what's missing. Our goal is to restore what once made Memphis feel alive by creating spaces that reflect the people who live here now. We're not just developers, we're community advocates committed to building a Memphis that thrives for everyone. South Mecca Development is our anchor project aimed at revitalizing overlooked corridors through vibrant community-rooted designs. All right, why we're doing this. The reason why we're doing this, I've watched personally our culture go unsupported, our youth go unengaged, and our future go underdeveloped. That's why we're stepping up, not just to imagine something better, but to build it. If we want Memphis to thrive in the next 10, 20, 30 years from now, we have to start investing in what actually matters, our people, our places, and our potential. Memphis is a young city that needs to grow parallel to its growing generations. Our youth, creatives, and families have been left behind. Memphis Mecca is here to build joy, opportunity, and modern spaces because the future of Memphis depends on how we invest now. All right, why this project matters. We're doing this because Memphis deserves better. First and foremost, for a city to be economically progressive, it must retain its young families and residents. It must enhance the quality of life through attractions, entertainment, and experiences. Revive parts of Memphis that are underdeveloped and overlooked. fill the generational, cultural, and economic gap Memphis has long ignored. We've watched cities like Atlanta, Nashville, and Dallas get love, the money, and the spotlight, while our city is left behind. We are the change. This is about rising from the roots for our people, our culture, and our city. Memphis isn't just next, we've always been it. There is no future in Memphis without the generations living in it now. Now, I did a little research here because the city of Memphis is a young city. The world is even younger now, okay? The world consists of 85 to 90% millennials, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and the youth generations. This is one of the most important things we need to acknowledge. Memphis is young. Over half of the city is made up of millennials, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha. There aren't future generations, they're the now. And yet our city planning, our entertainment, our investments, they're still catering to an era that's fading. No disrespect to any generation, but Memphis has not pivoted with the times, and that's a dangerous place to be. When your largest demographic feels like the city has nothing for them, they leave, which many of my family, friends, and people that I know have left. They check out or they fall through the cracks, and we can't afford that. Without the younger generation, economic growth will slow, talent leaves, Memphis become harder to sustain. This is why we're building for the now, because cities that don't evolve don't survive. Memphis has a chance to lead, but only if we plan for the people actually living here now. Again, as you can see on the graph right here, our youngest demographic, which is making over 60% of the Memphis population, is ages 0 to 14, 14 to 28, and also 29 to 44, which makes up their millennial, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha generations. Okay, Gen X, ages 45 to 60%, 15% of the population still active, but transitioning into later years. I think slated by 2029, all baby boomers would be at their retirement age. Baby boomers and solid generation, 21% retired or retiring, contributing less to the economic activity over time. So again, if we want to see Memphis sustain 20, 30, 40, 50 years from now, we have to tap into the younger generations. Also right here with a chart, here's the reality. Memphis is shrinking. So I did a little information. I didn't want to kind of put all of this in a presentation to try to keep it short and brief. But while other cities are steady growing, our peer cities like DC, Dallas, Nashville, Charlotte, Atlanta are growing. Memphis is substantially losing residents. Those residents tend to be between the ages of 25 to 44. Like I stated, the millennial, Gen Z, and Gen Alpha generations. In the last 4 years, we've lost over 12,000 residents. Meanwhile, cities like Dallas, Charlotte, Atlanta, Nashville are seeing substantial population growth. There aren't just random numbers. This is migration by design. People are moving to cities with infrastructure, experiences, and quality of life options that support them. And while we're still offering the same things from decades ago, other cities are actively building for their future. When people, especially young people, families, and creatives don't see themselves reflected in the city around them, they leave. They take their energy, their talent, and their economic power with them. This project is one way to change that. We're not just trying to retain people, we're trying to give them something to stay for. All right, this right here shows a city budget allocation between the peer cities, Memphis, Atlanta, Charlotte, DC, Dallas, and Nashville. I said that cities that invest in experiences, infrastructure, and culture create safer, more prosperous communities by design, not enforcement. What this graph shows is what we already know, but now it's in numbers. Memphis is severely underinvested. While other cities are putting money into growth, infrastructure, and quality of life, Memphis continues to pour disproportionate spending into reactionary categories like public safety without ever finding the root issues. Our lowest spending areas is entertainment, tourism, infrastructure, economic development, and transportation. But those are the exact things that build strong, vibrant, and safe cities, and also is proactive to crime. Cities like Atlanta, Dallas, and Dallas also fund public safety, but they also give people something to live for, walkable neighborhoods, experiences, new industries, cultural destination. Until Memphis shifts where its money goes, we won't see real change. We'll keep reacting to the symptoms. These are some articles that I cited from The Guardian, Forbes, and also the Brookings Institute. Cultural investments brings a sense of joy, pride, and belonging to communities. The Guardian says that, Forbes says that investment in infrastructures help smaller cities become more attractive. And Brookings says cities become more attractive through urban regeneration and cultural and creative industry. All right. So this is our first anchor project that we've been working on. We're truly excited. Like I said, we've interviewed some of our youth. We talked to some of our youth. We actually have some active surveys that are out now in the schools with a lot of our youth. The 9 is a one-of-a-kind, multi-purpose entertainment facility with 3 phases. It's designed to deliver curated and immersive experiences for both locals and tourists alike. It's housed in a repurposed, long-abandoned property. The 9 will feature rotating film series, cultural showings, and creative themed experiences from Memphis cinema to niche genres and community spotlights. Inside, guests can enjoy souvenir selections, food offerings, and unique program that celebrates the city's identity. This is also for our youth generations to enjoy workshops where they can enjoy seasonal activations, such as creating their own shoes, creating their own perfumes and colognes, and other experience that you can see seen in other cities and states. It's a cultural destination, a place where people can see something new, feel something nostalgic, and experience Memphis in a way they haven't before. All right, one moment. All right. So in terms of the location for this project, the location was not random, it's intentional. It sits along a high visibility corridor that connects Memphis to the southeast region, but it's surrounded by blocks of blight that haven't been touched in decades. Just a few blocks over, you'll find Cooper & Young that's walkable, vibrant, invested in, but here, nothing but neglect. That contrast isn't by accident, it's systemic. This site falls within a federally designated opportunity zone, which confirms that, what we already know. This corridor has been disinvested in, but it also aligns with federal priorities to revitalize underserved communities through public-private partnership. We're not asking for funding in a mystery location. We're reclaiming a corridor that Memphis knows and that Memphis deserves to be restored. This project is about equitable growth, and we're ready to lead that shift right here, right now. So this kind of shows that corridor right here. The whole street is pretty much neglected and uninvested in, and we're looking to possibly, tap into the potential of this area. All right. Okay. As of right now, we still are working with one of the buildings that we're actually looking into. We do have a ongoing agreement with one of the sellers of the building who is excited about our vision for the property as well, and also doing something in the community, like I said, that has been neglected over 50 years now. We're still working with industry professionals to finalize the most accurate numbers for this project. So instead of locking ourselves into estimates too early, we provided a preliminary budget summary in your folder. I actually have that here. I don't know if that can be passed around, Ms. Asia, for the budget breakdown. Right now, we have already been working with architects, so we do have our renderings finalized for phase 1. We are currently in the pre-development phase. Like I said, we are getting contractor estimates to finalize the scope that is still being finalized. Right here is a preliminary budget overview. It has been provided. Like I said, we are requesting a partnership and funding consideration from support of the City Council. Final funding requests will be confirmed upon, again, updated site evaluations and contractor input. One thing that we do want to expound on really quick, give me one moment.
Okay.
Yes.
Your presentation, can you just kind of wrap it up a little bit, please?
Okay, I will do.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, y'all. Thank you so much for your patience. One moment. Okay. So right now, in terms of the funding consideration, we are hoping to get funding at least for the property acquisition, and also the site assessment, so that we can get proper site assessments done on the property, and also to be able to at least start some of the demolition. The site will need a parking lot, so that's what we're working on right now with our architects. So right now, we are requesting funding consideration to possibly get a line item in the 2026 budget, and also if there's any discretionary funding that can be provided within the current budget as well, that would be awesome to help us go ahead and at least finalize the property acquisition. Again, we do have an agreement with the seller of that building that we're looking to develop, and right now it is slated for about $750,000. That is to also secure the location, also start the site assessments, and also get the demolition work and site prep together for renovations and rehab.
Thank you. And who is your guest sitting beside you?
This is our community engagement specialist, Miss Letitia Williams. And she does a lot of the stuff for the community, a lot of our programs, and just kind of keeping those connections as well. We do have other funding consideration that we've spoken to as well. So,
wonderful. Are there any council members in the queue that have any questions? Yes, sir.
Absolutely, yes, sir. It's a 1716 Lamar Avenue. And we would exactly. And when you cross over, you have Cooper and Young. And like I said, we currently do have a relationship with the seller, and we do have an agreement together with him already. He's excited about the project, especially with us just trying to do something in the area for the youth and the younger generation. $625. So that's just a property acquisition. And then we're looking to also do a site assessment. We do have our architecture renderings already done for that. I will be glad to share that with you guys if needed. And then in our packet too, the packet that we left you guys, we also have right here a petition. So we do have a petition signed with the community. We have over 100 signatures. We're still kind of in the community getting those signatures done as well for those that do want to see that historic building revitalized. Yeah, so it's $625 for the building and also the adjacent land that runs with it. So we are trying to do a site prep for the parking lot because it will need a parking lot, and also on the backside we do plan to do something outdoor for the youth. Okay, so that includes the one property plus the land that runs with it. You're welcome. And in the folder, we do have a financial accountability plan as well of how we plan to keep you guys abreast on how the money is spent, what it's going towards, et cetera, for the development.
Thank you, Zipporah.
You're welcome.
Let the record reflect that the following council members have joined us: Councilwoman Logan and Councilman Smiley. Ish. Good morning. Well, we want to thank you, Zipporah, and your friend for coming. And just to see the youth and you all really wanting to see your city grow and to invest in it is absolutely amazing. I'm very honored that I had an opportunity to meet and to speak with you. It's easy for some of these old schools to come in here and get money and do whatever they need to do, but never think about the future and what's coming up the road. And so being the chairman of the youth committee, that's very important to me, that we understand how vibrant and how important it is for our future. As you stated, and as we all know, that's no secret, the population here in Memphis is declining. And we need to keep our youth here. We need to invest in them. And the city has not done a good job in doing so. I know we have a lot of organizations, but for you to want to revitalize Lamar, that old historic cinema, and do the plans that I think the city should take in great consideration and backing you and supporting you however we can,
Yes, ma'am.
because you are the future. And you are a very smart, intelligent, skillful young women. And I'm just so excited to have met you all and to know you all. So thank you for this presentation.
Thank you.
And I heard you mention our budget. Yes, we are coming into budget season. We sure are. And hopefully, maybe something can happen. Nothing promising, but we have to look at everything. And so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? All right. This ends, and we stand adjourned. All righty. Thank you.
On Memphis Zoo, District 5, Super District 9, requested by me. And we'll have our guests introduce themselves with names and address and begin the short presentation. Like all to know that, you know, we own the zoo, we own the animals. Everything that's in there is ours, and these are our caretakers, and they're coming to tell us how they're doing, and they've got great news. Matt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Thank you all so much for having us. My name is Matt Thompson. I'm President and CEO at the zoo. Our address is 2000 Prentice Place.
Good morning, Michelle Correa, Memphis Zoo's Chief Development Officer, also address 2000 Prentice Place.
All right, that's our presentation. There we go. I want to thank you for having us this morning, and we do have some exciting news. I want to just briefly go over a little bit about who we are and kind of where we've come from, and just to tell you a little bit about us, and then I'll tell you about where we're going and a little bit about our needs, and I will try to blow through these slides. just so you all know, we have one of the better animal collections in the United States as far as accredited zoos go. We see somewhere between 900,000 and 1 million people annually over the last 15 years or so. This next stat we're particularly proud of. 52% of our attendance is non-local, and I would just add and let you all know that over 50% of our paid gate admission, our general admission, come from beyond 50 miles. And so that makes the Memphis Zoo a destination zoo. We're the only zoo in the state that can say that. People are coming to Memphis to go to the zoo. And so we're very proud of that stat. This is a very recently done economic impact study of $89.4 million. There's no official zoo ranking, but we're always in them. And so when these come up, most recently it was Newsweek. We were number 2 in the nation, and so we were always highly ranked in these. If you don't follow our social media, I highly encourage you to. It's a really fun follow. Our team does a really good job in promoting the zoo, but also promoting Memphis. And if you're familiar with Net Promoter Score, you'll understand that 80 number is big. That's a ranking system that's negative 100 to positive 100, and we started off in the low 20s, and over the last 3 years, we have grown that number just at an exponential rate. So we're very proud of that too. Our community impact, we obviously interface with our community all the time. Well over 10% of our annual visitation comes to us free as part of our Tennessee Tuesday program. There's no other zoo in the country that sees free visitors weekly. There are some that do it annually, quarterly, that kind of thing. It's a weekly thing for us. We see lots and lots of school kids. They come in from other districts, but primarily Shelby County school system. We have a wonderful education team. When they come, they can take other classes, but it's a big part of their annual field trip program. This is just kind of a stylized quick glance at what has been done over the last 30 years at the Memphis Zoo. So many of these are multi-million-dollar projects. Some of them are small, but point is that we've tried to touch all over our campus in the last 30 years to dramatically improve the zoo that it was 30 plus years ago. And this is kind of a summary of our first master plan. Many of you will remember this was kicked off with Cat Country way back in 1993 and wrapped up with the Zambezi River Hippo Camp in 2016. So this is what was invested. The whole master plan was realized. $118 million in capital was invested. And you can see the percentage there that was raised, 69% by the Memphis Zoological Society and 31% by the city. Our operating budget down is a snapshot from last year. You can see there at the bottom. Our future is super exciting, and so we have big plans. We have a brand new master plan, we call it a comprehensive campus plan. We have a very strong team, very strong conservation focus. We're known, we have conservation programs literally all over the world, including locally. Strong community support. The park partners, this is very important for us. So all of the entities within Overton Park, which haven't always seen eye to eye, that's a very different story now. We meet monthly. We talk about things like security and making sure our events don't conflict and that kind of thing. It's a very, very different feel within Overton Park, and we're very excited about that. And our desire is to be the #1 zoo in the U.S. and draw attention, as much attention as we can to Memphis. Okay, here's a little bit about our comprehensive plan. So the grayed out areas are the areas that were built out in the previous master plan. So you can see it's quite a bit, roughly half the campus. The green is what will be tackled in the new master plan. And it does finish out the rest of the zoo. So the big green area there on the right is Africa. It's the first large project that we plan to tackle. It is with elephants being the main event, African elephants, rhino, and giraffe. So that is a savanna concept. We're the only zoo in Tennessee to have African elephants, and quite frankly, in the next 10 years, I think we will be one of 10 zoos or so to have them in the U.S. So many more details there, but it's a really big deal to have a facility, particularly a breeding facility, that will house African elephants, and that will happen right here. The other side there, on the west side of the campus, are many other projects, including a very important one called Oceans to Forest, which I will tell you more about shortly. So these are our top priorities. The whole plan is a $250 million investment. We estimated it at the time to be 15 years or so in the making. But it's to build a new stingray exhibit, the Africa exhibit, and something called Oceans to Forest. So really quickly, just one slide on Africa. This is going to be the first project of our comprehensive campus plan. We're very excited to, and I don't know if you all saw that we were in the state budget for $20 million, and that held true. And so we're very excited that that is in the budget. Along with that, private funds raised. This project is almost fully funded. It's a $75 million project, and we hope to start construction in roughly a year. This is 14 acres. If you will notice, so just to give you your bearings, on the lower kind of right-hand side of the screen, that road that runs behind the exhibit, that's the north side, and so that's the kind of Rhodes College side of our campus. And then moving up or south is roughly 14 acres. You'll see that if you look carefully or closely, there's a tunnel there that or a bridge that the elephants would actually walk over the top of people as people go underneath the tunnel. The big building there on your left is a beautiful African lodge that contains a restaurant, commercial kitchen to service the rest of the campus, and provides panoramic views there in front of the watering hole concept. There's a wonderful interactive area for public giraffe feeding and interacting with the animals. Again, it's a kind of go on safari savanna kind of feel for this exhibit. On the other side, the other really large project in this exhibit is called Oceans to Forest. So this is kind of an aquarium rainforest hybrid. We've talked about having some sort of aquarium in Memphis for a long, long time, and this basically kind of scratches that itch. So it's a 3-story building. It's all indoors, very, very immersive. So you walk inside, and there's a shark tank and a reef tank, very large. That's the first thing you see. You escalator up to rainforest, and then escalator up again into tropical cloud forest, and then you walk your way down alongside a stream back down to the bottom. There's a restaurant with a glass wall that overlooks the rainforest floor. There are free-flighted birds in this, so this is like you walk in and you feel like you are in a rainforest. Very immersive environment. The message about this is all about water and how water is important to our planet, how it is important to life on our planet. Obviously, water is important to Memphis. We're on the Mississippi. We sit on top of a pretty important aquifer, and so this is all about how water is important to life on Earth, starting in Memphis. And finally, this is a smaller exhibit that we plan to start construction on this year to open next spring. It's a beautiful exhibit called The Stingrays at Mangrove Cove. So it's a permanent exhibit, part of general admission. And so again, highly immersive. Everything is designed to be touched. So stingrays, small sharks swimming around in that middle pool. There's 2 back pools on either side that represent areas, parts of the world where stingrays also live. The mangrove trees are alive, by the way. So I've seen stingray exhibits before, but I've never seen one quite like this. And again, this funding is secured, and we hope to start construction in the next couple of months. So now here's where the kind of rubber meets the road. So if we've done nothing else, we've shown that we can raise capital. Raising operating dollars, however, has been a much greater challenge. Just for those of you who are interested, of the 230 or so accredited zoos in the U.S., Many of them have public-private partnerships, much like the Memphis Zoo. Memphis Zoo is dead last in those public-private partnerships and how much money we receive from our public partners. The asterisk numbers up there on the attendance impact or the multi-year operating deficits. Those are the years that, like it says, that we have run deficits. And so post-COVID, we saw just post-COVID, we saw an increase because we were one of the first things to open. We're outdoor, that kind of thing. After, unfortunately, the kidnapping and shooting of the young lady that was jogging and the shooting that happened, we saw a tremendous decrease in our attendance. And so seeing as how
Can you say that one more time? Because I want to make sure that we all heard that. This was important.
yes, so the year and the year after that the young lady that was jogging, what was her name?
Miss Fletcher.
Miss Fletcher, that happened, and then the shooting that came after that, we saw a tremendous drop in our attendance. And I think you saw from our numbers earlier that if people aren't coming through our gate, then we're not making revenue. And so
what percentage drop did you have? Was it a 15% drop?
it was closer to 20%.
20% drop
Yes,
in attendance.
it was very significant.
Okay.
And we were told directly by our members that people were nervous to come back into the city. So we've seen some people leave the city. We've seen that kind of thing. Our numbers have been very slow to come back. And so we are working hard to build new things and to draw people back. But my emphasis here is that we have lost operating reserves. We have seen a drop in attendance, and we are in genuine need of some operating support. So what we met with the mayor. Actually, we met with both mayors. I told you about what we plan to do and what we need to do over. And if it's over the next couple 3 years, fine. But we need to add $3 million to our management fee. And so what I proposed to both mayors was that they split that 1.5 to each mayor. I'm sorry,
Have
you
a
have a
quick
question?
break in for a question, and then Rhonda, I've got you.
All right, so quick question. I mean, as it relates to numbers, and I asked Chief Adams and Director Marshall. Are you director and a director? Director. All right, so I asked them to come up here as well, because what I want to know, I think what we do in operating is about 1.2 currently. And what you're
Interestingly, when
The
the zoo
management
opened
fee.
up, their budget was 2.4 million, and we did 1.2. We've been doing 1.2, and now they have a $26 million budget. Just for context.
And that's the management fee.
Okay.
You are correct. That is 1.2, but from additional overhead and administrative charges that come out of the parks budget is about $6.5 million.
So is that under general services?
Now, general services bears the capital expenses. So if there's a capital project in the zoo and it's deferred maintenance, it is not a new build, it is a deferred maintenance project, it comes out of general services. A part of the management fee as well, or management agreement, is $250,000 that comes directly from parks.
So how much? So 1.2 is the management fee. About 1.25 is the operate. What's 1.25? Is that the CIP? Or am I looking at it wrong?
It varies from year to year, but it averages about 125. The $250,000 is for break fix. It's more of a cap reserve.
Okay. And what you're asking for is 1.5 on top of the 1.2.
Yes, sir.
So you want the management fee operating to be 2.7?
Yes, sir.
And then are you asking for any more CIP?
I have a question, Matt.
Yes.
On this, we were giving you 1.25 now, so you're asking 1.5 from both us and the county for 3, or no?
You're talking about 1.2 for the management fee operating, and then you're talking about another 1.25 for CIP?
So there is CIP, but I need us to be very clear. We pay operational expenses as well, namely the utilities. So our expenses from an operating perspective is about $6.5 million
President McGowan
from the
can't give us a
parks
break right
budget. We got breaks for a while, and I think it so state comptroller and others have opined that those breaks are no longer available. So with that being said, I mean, again, it's a phenomenal asset. They've done a phenomenal job. It's just a matter of, again, can we bear the expense?
I guess what I was trying to figure out is if we're already doing 1.2 and they're asking 1.5 from us and from the county, is that 1.5 on top of the 1.2 for us?
Yes.
And you're also wanting 1.5 from the county?
Yes.
And then,
Yes.
So then I got two questions that I'll be out the queue. So do we have any type of commitment from the county to do 1.5?
They're still working on their budget. We have a lot of traction there, but they haven't said absolutely 100% yes. We're still working through that process.
They kind of shifty over there. What I'd be willing to do is, I'm gonna probably ask this body to do something contingent upon what the county does. So if we're gonna be in this work, we need to be in it together, not just the city bearing the
100%.
the load. And then my next question is, something I'm excited about. How do we get to Ocean to Forest? How soon does that happen?
Well, I think a lot sooner than we were thinking. So
Okay.
the first one's Africa, and we're gonna roll right into design development of that soon. It's about a 3-year. We are hoping to be in design development now with an updated timeline. We are hoping to be in design development for Oceans to Forest while we're building Africa.
And both of those look really cool.
I'm just only excited about Ocean to Forest.
yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. Me and the elephants,
Okay,
we not
so
gonna
we've
get
got,
along with Ocean to Forest.
I'm going to pull us back in. It's 9:45. Matt, I'm going to give you
Yes.
like 2 minutes to finish up, and then
Okay.
we got questions. So
Okay.
take it.
Okay.
Roll.
Yep. The last. That's really the gist of it. This was looking ahead. It's showing our budget. In 1989, we received $1.2 million, our management fee. In 2025, it's $1.2 million. We've got an amazing light show, by the way, coming in December. That's something to look forward to. And I would just like to wrap up by a quick appreciation for these two individuals, particularly Chief Adams here on my right. We know funds are tight. We just recently were reaccredited by AZA. It took a lot of work and partnership, and the city stepped up to help us. So I want to thank Chief Adams for his help with that. And one question might be, how do we plan to use this money? And it would be to go towards deferred maintenance at the zoo and things that we just can't do. We have a lot of specialized things at the zoo that General Services doesn't normally tackle, and so that's what we would do with this. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank
for
you,
listening.
Matt. Okay, we got some quick questions here. We got 5 in the queue. We'll keep going. 6 in the queue, Spinoza. Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
I would like from Chief Adams or Interim Director Allen a breakdown of everything that all the monies, everything that we give, our total expenses, as well as, I do want to say first and foremost, I think this is an amazing asset and we need to figure out, how to support it and how to keep it. I definitely want to know what type of private funds are being sought after and who's committed and, that type of thing, so we can see the entire scope and lay of the land in terms of funding. My second question, how do you determine what exhibits, and do you look at how much it's going to cost you to maintain that exhibit?
Sure.
And how much it's going to cost us for you to maintain that before you kind of dive into a new exhibit? I do like the Africa exhibit. However, I'm pretty sure that's very expensive to maintain, and I don't see that information reflected in this packet. I would like to know how much each one of those will cost to maintain and where those dollars are going to come from. And a side note, if you could just share with me, if you have a consultant that's helping you with how to make certain that the elephants are going to be protected and that it's like a natural habitat for them, that there's not going to be any harm to them. This is to me, a remarkable endeavor, but I definitely want to make certain that we consider all those things because it's going to take a lot of money to keep up with all them elephants. And that beautiful landscaping and all of that, we need this. We don't have very many opportunities for people to come here as a destination as well as for our youth to experience animals like that. So we definitely need it. I just want us to be responsible as we approach it and make certain that we can do justice. We all have noted, we're all part of leadership of this city, we all have noted that we can do a little bit better we do great on building, but we just gotta work on the back end, the maintenance and the foresight and even the employees, those type of things. Are you training? Are you working with someone to train people to come into this, to zoo services or whatever? So there are a lot of questions that I do have that I think are important for us as a body to have that information as we move forward. But I really am excited about it. I'm definitely gonna be praying for you that you have wisdom on how to get it and you can get out there and get some private dollars and make sure we get this done and that you incorporate or find some type of ongoing maintenance funding. So thank you. I go back to you.
Thank you. Cooper Sutton.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. And I must concur with my colleague. She took some of my questions that I wanted to ask. And when you get that breakdown, I would like to see that breakdown of how these funds are being used. And my concern was, even though you're asking for 1.5 from us and 1.5 from the county, my concern is maintaining all of these projects that you got coming in.
Ours as well.
Yeah, it's how you're going to maintain that with stability. This is phenomenal. We know we were number 2 in the world, I think, for our zoo exhibits, but we have a problem of sustainability. And we need to learn how to have sustainability. I think my colleague, Councilwoman Logan, said about your private partnership. Just kind of see what that looks like. Because what we don't know right now with this economy, how it's looking and how it's going to go. And we need to use wisdom in everything that we do with every taxpayer's dollars that we're going to spend and we're going to allocate. I love the zoo. Any city my husband and I go to, he loves the zoo. So we go to the zoo. But however, we need to make sure that we are good stewards and that we need sustainability. And that's something that Memphis has not been able to do with our management agreements. And you all doing a phenomenal job.
Thank you.
And we appreciate it because I don't think we can do it. I know we couldn't. We couldn't do it and manage it. But, I want to see that same request, if I can see that. And the I think you said $6 million in utilities?
No.
So it's not necessarily utilities. It's just $6 million total that comes from the park budget to support. And we will get you that breakdown.
Yes, I want to see that.
Comes from the parks budget, and we will identify the last couple of years of deferred maintenance projects.
Yes,
and of course the $250,000 that comes from the operating agreement that goes towards a cap reserve, which is de minimis in amount right now.
Sounds great.
Yes, ma'am.
And just to remind, and I'm closing, and I know we're on time. And last year, I think Councilman Spinoza and all of us asked for quarterly reports on what we're looking like. And we really want to enforce that during our budget season because we don't want any surprises. We want to make sure that we are good stewards, and we would love that, to have that quarterly report, where you are, where you stand, what it looks like. So, Chief, let's just make sure we implement that. And I don't really want to have to ask, but there was a resolution. And we need that because we want to be good stewards. Chairman, thank you. And thank you again.
Thank you, madam. Next councilwoman up is Councilwoman Green.
Hi, thank you for
Morning.
coming today, and thank you for all you do at the zoo. I know it has been a treasure to my family. My children love it, have for years. I guess my question is, with this additional ask, I would like to see an additional benefit to the citizens of Memphis. I know that I believe it's like Tuesdays in the summer, there's free afternoons or something. I would love if we could expand that option to see that more citizens and residents of Memphis, especially those that normally wouldn't be able to afford a zoo membership or a day at the zoo. Like, I have a family of 5. Thankfully, I have a membership. I encourage people to get a membership. But if you're just coming in, that can be a really expensive day, and some people can't afford that. And so I would like for us to see if there's some ways that, especially our children, could get more access to the zoo than that one Tuesday in the summer.
It's year round.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, though.
Councilwoman Swearington Washington is here, as is Councilman Smiley and Councilman Spinoza. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see y'all.
Good to see you.
You thanked them earlier. You could have thanked, the council member from District 5, Spinoza, but whatever.
Thank you, Council District
good
5.
good to see y'all. And again, thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll be quick, but the zoo is our zoo is one of the best zoos in the world, and it's one of the treasures of our city. So it's budget season. We'll get through this. You have my support, and I just wanted to say thank you. And I think I'm meeting or taking a tour maybe next week.
You are.
So looking forward to that.
We are
It's in
too.
Dr. Warren's backyard as well, so he might be able to join us. But thank you. Good to see y'all.
Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
And thank you guys for this presentation. I think one of the things that I've taken away by being on the board is the amount of money that they have to raise by admissions. And really, their budget is actually determined by our weather to a degree,
Yes,
and
largely.
how many nice weekends we have. And when we've had 4 weekends in a row with rain, that does not help our zoos. So part of what I think they're looking at when they're talking about operating budget is trying to build up their reserve again for operating budget that they spent down to keep things going for us during COVID.
That's right.
So that being said, we will be looking for you in budget. And without any other questions, go
Could I
right
take
ahead.
30 seconds?
30
And
seconds.
Just to address something and kind of how we choose exhibits and maintaining them. Some of our zoo, it's a very old, we've been around for 100 years. It's an old zoo. And many of our exhibits, like the one we're replacing with Africa, they don't meet modern day standards. There's a good chance we literally won't pass accreditation unless we do some of these things. And so some of that has determined the order that we do. And so this is a state-of-the-art exhibit, but the Africa one in particular is it's mostly open space. And so there is a good argument for this exhibit that it's less expensive to operate than what we currently have there because we're constantly maintaining the old stuff. So that's a sneak peek. Thank you so much,
Thank
everyone.
you, Matt, and thank you, guys. We are
Tuesday, April the 22nd. Ashley, would you please call the roll?
Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilman Smiley. I'm here. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. And Chair Spinoza.
Here. Thanks, Ashley. All right, we've got one item on the agenda. As usual, doesn't need a motion or a second. Item number 1, discussion of MLGW fiscal consent agenda. President McGowan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Doug McGowan, 220 South Main. Consistent with your guidance, so far we've approved $171 million of spending. Today we're asking for an additional $6.3 million of spending approval, bringing us to $177 million through the end of this meeting. We do have a number of items on this agenda, so there are 18 of them, so I appreciate your time on this. I'll start with item number 1, which is Tripwire Enterprise for $57,000. This is a 3-year contract through 2028. This is for our SCADA system. This is our system operations system. This is the system that allows us to stay in compliance. You know, we're very heavily compliant with North American Electric Reliability and this critical infrastructure protection. This software is used to make sure we stay in compliance with the NERC SIP requirements. And so this is necessary for us, a 3-year contract to stay in compliance. The next is, you'll see 2 professional engineering services. The first is with HDR. This is an external engineering firm that helps us with a lot of work. You'll see from water treatment plant condition assessments to water master plan creations to compliance with the lead copper rule revision and pump station condition assessments and master planning. We have a very large water system. As you know, last year there were some very new rules pertaining to lead and copper rule and how we are going to stay in compliance with that. And so HDR has been incredibly helpful in us, especially when we started working on the lead service line replacement policies. The next is professional engineering services for gas engineering. This is with CHI, and this is increasing the amount of the existing contract. The increase is wholly attributable to conditions that we discovered as we are rehabbing our liquid natural gas plant. You all recall in our gas system, we have a liquid natural gas plant that stores about 1 billion cubic feet of natural gas down in the Capelville area. We had a contract for about for a little over $400,000. We had to increase that by $410,000. This is because the regen heater. Now, regen heater, without getting too technical, is part of our equipment that allows us to vaporize that liquid natural gas into a gaseous form so we can distribute it back out into the system. As we were going through this plant-wide evaluation or rehabilitation, the regen heater failed, and so this is the amount of money we need to bring that back into full operation. So this is a ratification of that spending. The next is SolarWinds HCO and supporting modules. This is the first of 4 renewals. Now this is we have cloud-based computing, and this allows us insight into that network to ensure that there are no cyber threats inside of our network. We have our IT experts here, but it keeps a good tabs on the health of our IT infrastructure, and this software is an analysis tool that keeps our IT team aware of all of the conditions of our IT infrastructure, from our call center to the communication with our substations and our GIS systems. The next is outdoor wireless network. I want you to think about this as the Wi-Fi network at our North Service Center. We have a very large industrial center where we dispatch crews out of, but we also store a lot of gear outside. What this is going to allow us to do with this 5-year contract to build out the outdoor network is allow our inventory team to take more remote inventory instead of having to do a paper count. Today, there's no connectivity out in the yard for them to do scanning. They have to take a number and write it down. Tomorrow, they'll be able to have this internet connectivity so they can do remote scanning of all of the infrastructure and stored items that we have out in the yard. We have very large spools of wire, transformers, circuit breakers, all kinds of items in the yard, and today it's a manual process. This brings us to an automated process. The next is ARMIS Asset Intelligent Management. This is $104,000, a first of 4. Again, this is cybersecurity for our systems. The first one I mentioned, I said cybersecurity. That was really about the health assessment. This is the cybersecurity of our. I was mixing those two up. But this is about cybersecurity for our IT systems. So this gives our team some hedge of protection in the cybersecurity realm over our IT systems. Our battery is running low. Apparently, I don't know if I have a cord here. Looks like it's plugged in. All right.
Hey,
Yeah, while we're picking up the power situation,
yeah,
we're
if
going to
it's not, he
recognize
knows it all in
JB
his head.
Smiley.
It's all in his head. He got it. He's like, absolutely not. So the previous one is just, is it $100,000 a year or is it up to $100,000 a year?
This is $100,000 for the first of 4 annual renewal terms. So each year it's $104,000.
So we pay that amount, or is it up
Yes.
to 100? Okay.
This is an annual renewal in the amount of $104,000. Oh,
Okay.
there we go.
Gotcha,
Thank you.
Gotcha. And where's this company out of?
This is in our IT budget, so we have a separate IT budget in MLGW. We have the electric division, gas division, water division, but IT has a subset budget in there, $50-some million a year. Lachelle Vaughn, she knows all the numbers, but it's very we have a lot of different IT systems to control all of our various and sundry controls within the utility system. There's a series now of equipment. We replace our bucket trucks, our pickup trucks, when they get over 125,000 miles on them. We take a look at their condition and determine how often we've had to maintain them and then determine whether we need to get rid of them or not. And so what you're going to see here is a replacement for all those vehicles that have reached 125,000 miles or more. And we buy trucks all the time, every year. And for other equipment that's reached over 4,000 hours of utilization. And it's a condition assessment, not 125. They go to the junkyard, we look at them. So this is $1.4 million for Class 7 bucket trucks. That is core to our work. These are the bucket trucks that lift our crews in the air to maintain our electric system typically. This is 5 Class 7 bucket trucks that are replacing old Altec bucket trucks. We're buying 5 of these Class 7 bucket trucks. So these are expensive pieces of equipment, $300,000 each. Absolutely. The next is Class 5 crew cabs. We're buying 2 of these trucks. These are with enclosed bodies. You put equipment and gear in the back of these as you're going out into the field to maintain our electric, gas, and water system. And these will replace 2 trucks that have reached their service life end date.
Chairman, if I may, a quick question. So are
Yes,
these like
ma'am.
on a replacement cycle where it's replacing a few at a time, or?
Yes, ma'am. Every year we have a plan to replace a number of vehicles that reach end of service life, and Brad Chandler does a great job of maintaining this inventory. So we have several thousand pieces of equipment in rolling stock. I think 2,000 is what we said at last. So about 2,000 vehicles and pieces of rolling stock, and we replace several hundred of these each year. So 100 to 200 a year is what you end up replacing over time.
How many Class 7 and then Class 5 do we have, like in total fleet, if you know?
I'll ask, we could probably get the answer on that. So while I'll come back to that, they're going to ask how many of each one of those we have. That's a good question, and I can bring that back when I'm doing vehicles and say, here's how many of these we have and here's how many we're replacing. So that's a good question. I know the overall inventory, but I'll ask specifically for that answer.
Thank you, Councilwoman White. And forgive me, y'all, I haven't got people in the queue today, and I'm just allowing people to speak. That's not my style, so sorry about that. We've got Councilwoman Logan in the queue, and then anybody else want to speak, just let us know. Of course, you'll have the opportunity. Do you want to speak now, Councilwoman Logan?
I was gonna wait until you finish. I'm writing my questions down.
Perfect.
Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you. All right, go ahead.
The next is half-ton pickup trucks. These are 11 half-ton pickup trucks. As you know, you see our pickup trucks all over. This is what our service technicians use in the field, our troubleshooters use. And I'll get, again, a number of those that we have, replacing ones that have reached their end of service life. These are 3/4-ton pickup trucks. We're buying 3 of these with this purchase order of $155,000. And again, it's for the maintenance of our systems. Typically, these 3/4-ton trucks are for more off-road and for towing use. Last is a Class 8 cab and chassis. This is the actual cab and the motor and the chassis. For $800,000, we're buying 9 of these trucks, and they look just like they do in the picture here. And then the next purchase is for the cab that goes on the back. We're buying for $302,000. We're buying 9 of these service bodies that we place on the back of that chassis. So we order the basic truck, and then we order this service body on the back, and we place those together and put them into service. Again, these are for maintaining our systems. The next is a community and crisis response vehicle. We have received a grant from TVA to help support the community for community outreach and also for crisis response. During the storms of 2023, we had the need to be on site and present in areas like Sea Isle that were dramatically impacted, areas like Oak Road up in Bartlett, areas in Fraser and Raleigh that were impacted deeply. And people were looking for information from us, and we didn't really have a physical ability to be present besides our trucks on the ground. This also could serve as a crisis response command center. And when we're not doing that, what we'll do is we will attend one of the 105 events that we do each and every year at MLGW. As you know, we're popping up a tent or we're pulling into a community center. This will be outfitted with 4 workstations where our customer service agents can help people with their bills and with their questions. They can do credit counseling. So we're thankful to TVA for their gift of $300,000 to offset this cost. So we'll be spending $125,000 for the purchase of this vehicle, which we think will help bring our message to our customers and help us in times of crisis, and also be a great recruiting tool for MLGW to be at all these events. One thing I'll come back to, I failed to mention, on all those vehicles, Councilwoman, it may answer some of your questions too. There's not one standard warranty. They all have a different style of warranty. And so one thing I'll bring to you and the information I sent to you ahead of time is how many of these vehicles we have and what the warranty is. For the trucks, it's typically a 3-year, 36,000 mile, 2-year, 24,000 mile, depending on the style of vehicle. So I know that's a question council has, and we'll bring that information to you forward as well on the warranties, but it's what you would expect you would get on a vehicle warranty. The next are grounds maintenance and landscaping. As you know, we have a lot of facilities. This is for the 4th extension for Rotolo and Associates. This is turf management. You've heard at previous presentations, we have one that does our substations. We have one that does our gas gate stations. This is Rotolo Consultants that does all of the other facilities that we have. Turf management is mowing the lawn and weed eating, so our properties look in proper order. Trash removal services, we also have a contract because City of Memphis does not collect our trash. We have to have trash removal services, so BFI does this. They do regular pickups, pest control, and obviously make sure that our facilities are staying as clean as they possibly can be. Electric substations, grounds maintenance, this is the same as the Rotolo Consultants I just mentioned. This is in our substations. This is mowing the grass in and around each of our 64 substations, which are very large. And so the contract here is to maintain those facilities. Another vehicle purchase, this time for Class 8 dump trucks in the amount of $224,000. This is for 2 of these dump trucks. They deliver materials like rocks and fill for many of our projects. The last here is a resolution approving a schedule of rates and charges for outside legal services. So we bring this back to you from time to time when it's time to adjust the rates. I think Attorney Sink has shared this with several of the attorneys on council we are asking for this range so that when we seek outside legal services, we have this range. And you see that the ranges are based on whether it's a partner, a lead counsel, an associate, or a paralegal. And I think that last should say $120, not $12 there. I apologize for the typo. But we're asking for this range so that she has the opportunity when she needs outside legal services to seek that, and that the rates fall within this particular range. We adjust this periodically, Jennifer. Not systematically, it's periodically when we see the need based on rates. And so we're bringing this to you for approval so that she can move forward for outside legal services when we need them. And we are within the market range here. Yes, ma'am.
I was going to say I did have a question about that, and thank you, Attorney Sink, for sending these to me.
The only one, and I meant to call you about
Hey,
this. I
and I'm so
apologize.
sorry, Councilwoman, I'm trying to, other council members wanted to be in the queue,
Oh.
if you don't mind. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
You'll be in the queue after Councilwoman Logan. And then do you have anything else to present?
I have a separate matter I just want to bring to your attention that doesn't have anything to do with the consent agenda.
And Councilwoman White, thank you so much. Not trying to, yeah. No, you're good. All right, go ahead. If you don't mind, go ahead and say what you got to say. Yes,
okay,
sir.
yeah.
And then we'll go to
Okay,
questions.
so let me pull this up here very briefly. Several of you have asked me, given the changes that are happening in the federal government, what impact might we see to our customers? And I told you, largely, grant money had continued to flow. We hadn't seen any immediate impact. This, I believe, is the first impact that you are going to see and we are going to see with our customers. LIHEAP. This is Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. This is a federal program that is administered locally. THDA administers the money to the Community Services Agency at Shelby County. People make application for utility assistance through CSA, and those monies come to MLGW to help people pay for their electric and gas bills. Since 2015, we typically help between 15,000 and 24,000 families with this funding, depending on, and when I say we, I mean we as a community, depending on the amount of money that's available. The amount of money has risen that we give to individual families from about $450 of assistance up to about $750 of assistance recently. And so this is a valuable program for many of our customers. It was accompanied by a program called LIHEAP, which was for water assistance, that was phased out last year. So we are no longer receiving LIHEAP. The news I am sharing with you today is that in 2025, they have released only a portion of the LIHEAP money. There is traditionally a portion that is released in the summertime or towards the fall to help with high summer bills. The administration has indicated that that will not be released. The administration has further indicated that they are seeking to cease funding for the LIHEAP program in FY26 and beyond. And just to be clear, the federal FY26 year starts October 1st of 2025. So this has the ability to impact up to 6 million people across the country and tens of thousands of customers here in Memphis and Shelby County. You will see the amount of money that we have received at MLGW on behalf of our customers from the CSA program. The number has been increasing in recent years. COVID added some money to that in the 19, 20, and 21. The Biden administration added more money to help more customers. And you can see in 2025 that number has come down dramatically. I will tell you, of all the monies that have come to CSA, it has all been distributed to all of our customers. They are still taking applications for assistance, though there is no money to be distributed. I am bringing this to your attention. I don't typically bring you a problem without a solution, but I am telling you that I believe that this program is at risk. I believe it is a risk for us not to receive additional money this year, and I believe that there's a risk, unless some other action is taken, that it may not be available for our customers in 2026. The last thing I'll say is that we have joined our industry partners, and every utility company in the Tennessee Valley is aligned and has sent support to our federal delegation saying, please continue to fund LIHEAP. This is important for our customers. And we would actually ask them, there's an effort from some elected officials to increase LIHEAP funding. I just want to bring it to your attention because your constituents and our customers will, as you know, they're facing choices each and every day, and this is one less tool. Now, we continue to provide resources locally. We have the Plus One program, we have the Gift of Comfort program, and local utility assistance that you all provide, $1 million a year, plus the Plus One program and the Gift of Comfort, will certainly not make up for this kind of gap in funding here when you see that in 2024 it was $16 million, 2025, $5 million. And so I just want to bring this to your attention, that people will be coming to us looking for solutions. We're hopeful that cooler heads prevail and that federal funding will again become available for this. But I'd be remiss if I didn't bring it to your attention because some of your constituents will be asking, and I want you to have as much information as I have. As I get more, I will bring it to you. But as they say, bad news doesn't get better with age. And so I wanted to make you aware of this so that you have as much information as possible should your constituents ask.
All right, thank you, President McGowan. We got Councilwoman Logan and then Councilwoman White in the queue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, President McGowan, for your presentation. I'll start with the end of your presentation. So the LIHEAP, when will this, I know you said that you got a notice that it may not, you may not get the rest of it. When will you know, or?
I'm not sure that I will know definitively anytime soon. We have heard that there is no more money coming this year. Again, that could change on a moment's notice, so I don't know that there's definitive. All I know is that, and again, I'm speaking a little out of turn here. I don't want to speak on behalf of CSA, but our partners at Shelby County have been advised that they are to continue to take applications, but that no further funding will be coming. And again, that's what we've heard from our partners at CSA.
Okay, and so are you all preparing a plan B, or are you letting us know because you're going to, you would have to notify the constituents that that program is no longer available and that funding is not there?
I'm making you aware so that we all have the same level of information. Clearly, it's going to be difficult for any community to make up that kind of gap in funding. And so this is relatively new news for all of us. And my first opportunity to let you know that I believe that there is a real threat that this funding certainly will not be what we expected it to be this year and may not be available next year. So I typically do not bring you a issue without a solution, but this is new news, and we're just going to have to figure out how to tackle it together.
Do you know, and this may be for Chief Adams, how many buildings we have that are outfitted with generators, or when we have service outages, then people have to go to a safe place or go to
For like a warming and cooling center?
Yeah. But in case we have to do Plan B, or people are just, a number of people don't have service, I was just curious as to how many buildings we have that are outfitted with generators or long-term support.
Marsha Allen, Interim Parks Director, 2599 Avery.
We already claiming it.
We claimed, okay. Parks Director, 2599 Avery. So for parks, we have 2 locations that have generators, Dave Wells Community Center and Hickory Hill Community Center. We are in the process of actually replacing Hickory Hill Community Center now with a brand new generator.
So 2. Yeah. Okay. Were you going to say something?
This would not particularly affect, service outages. This would be customers who are unable to, who are making choices. How much am I paying on the rent, the utility bill?
Right.
And they're not receiving,
okay.
So they're making choices here, obviously.
I just needed to know that in
yes,
case
ma'am,
there's something
absolutely.
else. Now, the other question I had was regarding the IT. And so to me, this is coming for just kind of maintenance, upgrade kind of thing. And I appreciate that. I really hope that we can do that on this side as well, ongoing maintenance offerings, or coming forward with us annually with those maintenance needs. But my question was, on the IT, are the LED lights on the same system to where when they're out, I know you're notified which ones are out, and they can be brought back online potentially?
So of all we have, last time I brought to you, I said there's the hardware of the system, then there's the operating system, and then there's the applications. So the LED lighting system has an application. Today it's called UBView. Tomorrow it's called TerraGo. That is an application that has to be brought into our operating system. There is, Lachelle will make sure I have this right. There's an API, which is an interface between the software and our operating system. So part of these maintenances and our look at our global view of our IT systems when they're in the cloud is to make sure that those are functioning well, and that that there's communication and not gaps in communication. Today that works very well. The particular one you're talking about is the UBView, which is the early model of the LED light communication systems. We have another one that you've already approved called TerraGo that takes that to the next level to make sure it's a better view for us, but that's a system improvement. But what we're doing here today is making sure that all of those communicate together and that there is no cyber threat to inside of any of those systems.
So is that I hear, and I appreciate the in-depth explanation, but at a high level, are you saying yes? That the things that you're asking for today is going to improve your ability to see those or be notified because you're saying that they're integrating?
Well, they are integrated today. This will prevent any harm from us being able to see those things from those systems from failing to communicate with each other.
Okay. And now, I don't recall what the conversation was or what the request was from Councilwoman White, but I had noted that I would like to see what trucks you have already purchased, what will have to be purchased, and whenever you come, if you could bring that so we'll know the different categories and how many and what the cycle is. So I'm not sure if that's what you asked, but I would like to see that because even though this is a great presentation and I appreciate it, when there's a capital expenditure, it's hard to know if we've already, because we've been buying trucks just
absolutely,
north, so.
and we will continue to buy trucks, but yours is a good question. So again, part of the process that I appreciate about this is that we bring you the information, and there's always another good question. So I think somebody asked last time, well, how many trucks do you have? We answered that question. Well, now a great question is, well, how many of each kind do you have? And we're happy to provide that information. Our team, I just learned, is working on that by class. How many Class 8 trucks do we have? How many are we replacing? How many do we think we're going to replace? What's the schedule? I know Brad Chandler, who I've mentioned before, who is our lead supervisor for asset management and vehicles, is really good at what he does, and he has an entire spreadsheet of here's what I forecast to replace in the coming years and a replacement schedule. So we're happy to share that with you. In future, I'll get that information to you all at once, and then in future purchases, I'll say, here's how many of these we have, here's how many we're replacing, that kind of thing.
Okay, and not not to micromanage, but you.
Well, it's good context.
You're asking for them on here, but it would be great if we could just see that that Excel
we'd be
spreadsheet.
we'd
Thank
be glad
you so much.
to.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and I love the question and the process. If you don't mind, slide one. How much have we approved this year?
$171 million so far.
Through all of our meetings, right?
Yes.
And so the process that we put in place, I would say thank you for the question because it allows us to dive deeper into it, and I expect y'all to come back like you always do with the details that she asked for, and I can't wait to see it. So
I'll endeavor to get that for you today if I can, but if not, we'll have it for you before the next meeting.
No problem.
For sure.
Just before the next time.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
all right, we got Councilwoman White. Let me think. Yes, you can speak, Council. I'm totally kidding. Thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you. I just had a question, and Attorney Sink may have to answer it. In terms of the, and I understand like that these rates are becoming more and more competitive to find people in some of these areas, especially the specialized ones. Two parts. One was the associate rate that was on there. It seemed like the 345 was on the much, much higher end for an associate. And then the second thing was, are there any limitations on the work provided in terms of partners not doing doc review, or for instance, two lawyers not billing for like the same thing? You know, like if it's a motion to dismiss, it's like you don't have the partner parent preparing the motion to dismiss associate. And I was just wondering if those were things that were set out within those ramifications for attorney contracts.
Jennifer Sink, General Counsel. Thank you, Councilwoman White. Those are great questions. So first, let me address about the associate rate. So what I have found is that I'm seeing firms waiting longer and longer to make associates partners. So we're talking about associates who have a significant amount of experience, or maybe they're not a partner, but they are called a staff attorney, or they're called of counsel, or other terms being used other than partner, but they have sometimes 10, 15, 20 years experience. So that higher end range would really be applied for those, not as we might think of a young associate, but a much more experienced associate doing a complex legal matter as well. So not a basic car wreck case. That's not what that would be intended for. In terms of the management of the cases, so we manage, my and team internally, we manage these cases. We review all the billing entries. We have conversations with our attorneys about if we feel like the billing is not appropriate or the tasks are not appropriate. So we certainly do manage that because I am sensitive to that as well, and understand that we expect value out of what we're paying for. And we do have a wide variety. So the range is meant to reflect in part, we have some matters that are more routine, and then we have some much more complex or much more unusual legal matters that we need some assistance with. And so the range and where the rate would be applied would be depending upon the nature of the complexity of the matter.
Thank you. That definitely answered my question. And then I had one more. Are these local attorneys or local firms?
Most of them are. So we have, currently we have 18 firms that we are using. 13 of them are the most active, and those are of the 18, I think it's 15 of them are local firms. We do have a couple needs for, on occasion for some non-local firms to handle some more of that utility, highly complex utility regulatory work. That type of nature, but I really emphasize that we use local firms as much as we possibly can. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman White. All right.
Stock would say, silencio, por favor. And JB Smiley would say, please be quiet. All right. It is 10:43. We're way behind schedule. I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Service Committee order. Ms. King, you know what to do.
Councilman Canale. Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Warren. And Chair Smiley.
Yeah, I think I'm here. All right. Resolutions. Well, we have two items on the agenda. The first item, resolution to amend the sewer FY25 CIP project by transfer contract construction appropriation for sewer capital pay-go to sewer revenue bonds to fund the construction projects at T. Max and wastewater treatment facility. $1,913,738.95 in sludge displacement earth complex project number SW 2006 and $2,903,194 in South Plant expansion project number SW 02033 District 6 Super District 8 sponsored by the administration. Request for say 9 minutes. Can I get a motion second? Moved by Senator Watson, seconded by Councilman Ford. Director.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott Morgan, Public Works Director, 125 North Main. So this is a resolution to change the funding source from capital pay-go to sewer revenue bonds for their most recent 2025 sewer bond series. Is for two existing construction contracts that were approved at the end of 2023 for work at the Max and wastewater treatment facility.
All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's the opinion of the ayes have it. Item number 2, Councilman Spinoza, ordinance establishing downtown parking garage revitalization and safety program by all council districts sponsored by Councilman Spinoza.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hold on. I have a note from the esteemed vice chair of this body that told me, I'm reading too fast. We're not auctioning anything off. I believe
the wise vice chair be?
Yeah, esteemed. So I'm going to slow it down. I won't. I'm sorry. I just won't do it. But the floor is yours, good sir. Talk to us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to try not to take over the meeting today. However, I have a request. I'm just going to make a quick comment, and then we've got a guest, Mr. John Burgess, in the audience. I'd like for him to speak on this. So, yeah, come on up. Come on up. If you don't mind, introduce yourself. But I'll share this with my colleagues, and I would appreciate a yes vote. This is an ordinance change. I'm excited to bring this up. Been working on it for months. And then I also had a lunch invite recently for Mr. Burgess, and I would just like for you to share that story a little bit and share your thoughts today before we.
All right, shoot your shot.
And before he said that, my colleague, 20-something years ago, John Burgos, yeah, we worked very hard together, didn't we? We made things happen during that time, and good to see you again.
We were the first council that was majority African-American, and I told Councilman Ford that the entire 8 years I was on, I don't remember a single vote that was 7 black, 6 white. It was always, we worked together. Matter of fact, we worked so well together that we got a referendum to give us a raise from $5,000 a year to $20,000 a year. So, which was, that rarely happens on a referendum to raise.
What year was that?
1998.
We're still about there right now. So
the honorable John Burgess, councilman.
All right, Councilman, the floor is yours. Well,
thank you,
Council,
Mr. Chairman, members of the council. I appreciate Councilman Spinoza taking this on. I do want to say that President Ryan of the DMC is also working on something regarding rates, and I don't want to get ahead of them on a program to try to maybe reduce rates. But I will start by saying, I appreciate the efforts that are being made to reduce crime downtown, and I think it is reduced. The perception is still there. I appreciate the efforts to get the trolleys running back downtown. They're very important. But the issue that has been overlooked for the last 7, 8, 9 years is parking downtown. Memphis is not a $35 parking city. I mean, I can go through all kinds of anecdotes. It's kind of the wild, wild west out there right now, parking. You don't know the amount. The parking lots are confusing. How you pay is confusing. They're not well, many are not well lit. They're dirty. We have issues constantly where street people are hanging out there, and the person pulls in, and they go to the window and say it'll be $20, and they'll give them $20 in cash, and the person will run off, and then they'll get a ticket for parking. I urge everyone to go to the parking garage in Overton Square. It's easy in, easy out. It's free before 6 o'clock. I'm not saying free parking. You can use an app or you can use a credit card. There are garages, when you get in there, you cannot pay. There's no machine. You have to download an app, which is pretty easy, but then it's no problem downloading the app, but then you've got to whip out your credit card and you got to start punching your 13-digit number in there with expiration, et cetera. So I can tell you that, we've gone from the time when they used to boot people. If you went into a parking garage and it cost $125 cash to relinquish the boot. I remember at the Rendezvous once we had a St. Jude family that was here and got their car booted. And when I say it's been the Wild Wild West, it really has been the Wild Wild West, in that there's no consistency. And I just think people that come downtown should pay a fair amount. I think they should expect a well-lit, a safe, and a clean parking garage. And I think that's generally the gist of this ordinance. And if anyone has any, let me give you. But my son-in-law took my grandson to a 901 FC soccer game back in October. At the parking garage, they declared it a special event, and they charged them $35 to park. There were 800 people in that arena. Now we know where 901 FC, it's gone. And so I'd rather have somebody come 4 times for $7 and 1 time for $30, and you never see them come back. So we need the traffic.
Thank you, John. And same stories. We talked about it over lunch. I took my son to go eat at the Rendezvous before a Grizz game, and I was $30 in the hole. And I'm thinking about every Memphian, if you want to go downtown and go eat, the pricing is too high. Garages are dirty. I went and had lunch at your place and walked by human excrement. This is a win. The intent of this ordinance, not trying to be negative, but I feel like this is our job to do this. So the intent of this ordinance, real quick, just to summarize for everyone, and this is, draft 1, okay? It's about public safety. It's about lighting in the garages. There are things in here as you read it, and again, it's draft 1. I'm counting on this body to come to a consensus on all of these things. There's a lot of fines in here. There's a ramp-up period of 90 days or 120 days for garage owners. The city actually owns garages. The Shandell and I have not spoken at length about it. We spoke in passing. So again, this is draft 1, but there's going to be fines for trash. There's going to be a requirement to pressure wash every quarter. Again, lighting, trash cans spaced out every 60 feet or so on the street. Imagine that. There will be trash receptacles downtown for people to put their trash in. So other cities have done this. It is going to be a shock. John and I have spoken. I've spoken to a couple of garage owners downtown who are on board and are really good owners and do a lot of things, something that do a lot of good things with their properties. So there's not any item in here yet.
Councilman Spinoza, quick question for you. So I know you're trying to talk the overview. Could you speak specifically, what exactly does this ordinance do?
Yeah, so this ordinance, and that's kind of what I'm speaking to here, but I'll try to encapsulate it. Yeah, so there are fines for things, okay, after inspections, like if there's human excrement, if the property's not clean. There's going to be mandatory amounts you can charge for parking downtown, okay? There's also going to be incentives for the owners downtown that do good jobs already, and that's the things that we need to work out. So it's going to incentivize good owners who keep the property clean. It's going to improve public safety downtown. It's going to get people downtown and parking in garages, going out and supporting businesses and generating sales tax and doing things downtown. So again, other cities have done this. I would encourage everybody to read this. Again, it's draft 1, and we're going to be hearing from people and working with owners downtown and citizens downtown. But it should be a win for the citizens of Memphis. When they go downtown, it's going to be something they can see and feel in their wallet.
All right, every council member has a question. So I'm just going to go down the line. I'm not going to go any order because it's everybody in the queue. Cooper Sutton, and we're going to go down the line. All right, Dr. Warren, talk to me.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilman, for coming back or ex-councilman and being here with us.
Yeah, once a councilman, always a councilman.
Always a councilman. One of the things as we're looking at this, and you were talking about the human excrement that you were going through, we do not have bathroom facilities for people that are homeless or just walking around. And as we're doing this garage thing, if all of a sudden we had every garage owner putting up some sort of bathroom facility that could be part of their contribution to this, it would go a long way to cleaning up downtown. I don't know how we put that in as a friendly amendment, but I'd like to get some thought coming from people about what we do, because right now that is a major problem downtown around our public buildings, particularly around our convention center. If you look and you see people sitting and, you're walking by and you smell urine as you're walking past the opening to go into the Civic Center, it is not a good look. So I don't know where we go with this, and I don't want an answer. I just want us to brainstorm on, as we're doing this may be the time that we can start doing something about downtown and that issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, Dr. Moore. Councilwoman White?
Thank you. So this would be done by code enforcement?
Yes, as written today, yes.
Okay. Did you speak with code enforcement about kind of how the implementation of this will work? And then the second question I had, will there be any fiscal, which I guess there would be some type of fiscal assignment for this as well in terms of code enforcement?
Yes, and thank you for asking me the question, and I would obviously say this as a friend and colleague to you. This is a question.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
That's a question. Everybody good back there? All right,
Oh, no.
But Councilwoman White, great question, and I would say that's a question for all of us to consider as we go through it and take a look at it again. This is like the first time we're speaking about it. If you look at under enforcement, I believe it's the program shall aim to section 6. It talks about pricing regulations. There's a section in here where the fines, I'm sorry, it's page 1. The monies that are collected on the fines actually goes into a totally separate fund and is intended to be redistributed out to continue this. And hopefully there's never any money generated because there are no fines. So yeah, that would be like a grant process, and it would be, there's a small process there for that. So take a look at that.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Spinoza. Thank you for bringing it. I do think that we probably need to reach out to code how implementation of the codes would work and how it would fit into what they do now, and if it would need to be a separate department. And then, of course, we would need to look into how we can develop this other department. One other question, I guess, well, we can do that later. Just make sure it goes through legal.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, let's make sure code enforcement, maybe they come and visit with us next time, and if we could have legal come next time as we work through all this.
All right, so one of the things I skimmed over it, and I think Councilman Virgo. Oh. Okay. I haven't got you. Councilwoman Logan, I love you. I will never skip you. You're always at the forefront of my mind. Councilman, I think one of your concerns, I'm just trying to see, as we talk through how to add on to enhance this particular ordinance, wasn't one of your concerns about difficulty of paying the park when you got to scan the code, download it, put your card in? Was that a concern?
It is a concern because it's different everywhere you go. Rates are not readily available. I'll give you an example. Someone came to the Rendezvous and parked to go to a Grizzly game and spent $30, and he didn't realize it was for 2 hours. And when he came back, he got his credit card later. He got additional $30, so he paid $60 to park. So the way you pay and the inconsistency is an issue.
So what I hear is more so the way you pay, but it's also, I don't want to call it price gouging, but when we have events, you get charged the event prices as well. So something I'm letting Councilman Spinoza the think through that.
Yeah, and I'll give you an example, just some of the work that we'll send to y'all. I mean, here's a map that was provided to us by the city upstairs, and I mean, you've got all the different garages downtown, the owners, and then the second page, it's a list of 18. Everybody, actually, y'all have a copy of this. Ashley, thank you. She just passed it out. So there's 18 garages that were identified, and again, this is. I don't want this to sound so punitive. I mean, this is going to be a collaborative effort. Other cities have done this, and we're going to work with the owners of these garages and make sure that we improve the lives of our citizens through pricing, safety, all these things.
And may I comment just briefly? The Downtown Memphis Commission is also, they're aware of the pricing issue, and they're trying to come up with a program. But just a perfect example, we did our own survey. The parking lot right at 2nd Street near McEwen's across from the Western Union on a Tuesday at 11 o'clock, $18.50.
And you've got...
Yeah.
Hey, and another hidden, just a hidden little tax for us to think about. You know, there are businesses downtown that spend over, I know one in particular that spends close to $250,000 on valet services. And there's a parking garage less than, like on the same block, but nobody wants to park in it. I mean, so you go, you eat dinner, you know, these are like hidden costs and big wins for the city. I mean, if you have 5 cars that pay $60, congratulations. You'd rather have 100 cars that pay $5, people spending money downtown and not having to walk past human excrement.
We subsidize our valet parker to the tune of $12,000 a year to just reduce the rate for customers because, yeah.
So I'm excited for everybody to be talking about this today. It's going to be fun for us to figure this out. It'll be a win.
Shout out to Ashley, who's getting more work by the second. Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much, Councilman Spinoza, for bringing this. I think it's an amazing ordinance, long overdue. I know there's a lot to work through, but just bringing it, I think is going to spark some great results. And knowing that we own these and we can, have a say in making certain that there's equity, that it's clean and safe. You're absolutely right. We have tourists and, more citizens will want to come down there. So I definitely am in favor of it. And again, whether we have, if everyone doesn't want to do it individually, if there's an assessment fee like they do, Downtown Memphis Commission, they have an assessment fee for those businesses that are down there, just a nominal fee that goes into providing that service. That could be an option, but I'm sure President Ryan, Chief Ryan is going to work that out. Also, a management agreement, their responsibility as well needs to be taken into consideration because a lot of these, I see premium parking, they do a lot of the management in these parking lots, and having it regulated is just amazing. So I'm all for it. I think, we should bring everybody to the table, Downtown Memphis Commission, Code, and everybody that's involved. But I agree, and I thank you for coming down to discuss that, because when my daughter and I come down and it's just the two of us and it's dark and you want to park somewhere safe, you can't do it on the street always. So you're not, don't want to go in a parking garage because you don't know it's dark and dirty and you keep just driving, you don't know who's in the car. So we do need to do something, and this is a great ordinance. Thank you for bringing it, and I support it.
Okay, cool. Real quick, I want to thank you again for coming today, for reaching out. Well, you don't lack courage, but thank you for coming down here and being courageous today.
I've been around.
Seriously, thank you.
All right, Councilman Spinoza, add me as a co-sponsor. Councilwoman, yeah. I think I can add myself because it's my committee. All right, Councilwoman.
I want to be added as a co-sponsor too. Also, I wanted to know if we could research and just see what the fees are, and as a council, maybe cap the fees, because there's no way in the world that you should have to pay $60 for 2 hours or 2 hours and 15 minutes. Yes. Is there a way we can do that?
We have Chief Adams. So what we're I know. So what we're talking about now is the parking garage ordinance that Councilman Spinoza brought. And I know at some point somebody's gonna ask you a question. So when you walk in, I'm just gonna ask you to come up all the time. Councilwoman Green. I feel like I'm missing something.
Thank you,
Can we get
Chair. I also would like to be added as a co-sponsor, and I want to echo something that Councilwoman Logan said. You know, I think my perspective generally in this space is I come to a lot of things because I am a woman and a mother, and we have a lot of public amenities that we pour public dollars into. You know, Tom Lee Park, Mud Island, the Brooks, our sports arenas. And we want families to come down and enjoy those amenities. And I think, while I appreciate, of course, that we should make things more equitable and accessible by making the fees less, I really appreciate that you put safety improvements in here. Lighting is really important when we talk about a lot of the stuff that we've been working on downtown in particular, about making our downtown safer for people to come and enjoy. This is very important. And, you know, just for me, and I won't speak for all women or all moms, but if I want to take my kids down to Tom Lee Park and we stay till it gets dark because they're playing and they love it, and then we have to walk back to a dingy, dirty, scary garage, I don't want that experience for them. If we go to a Grizzlies game, it's late at night, you know, and we get back in a garage that doesn't feel safe. I really want to say thank you for putting that part in the ordinance, and that's why I would like to be added as a sponsor. Thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Attorney Green. Yeah, you said, oh my goodness. I'm pretty sure I can't say that, but that'd be some type of issue. Councilman Ford, you in the queue? Okay, cool. Councilman Canale, then I'm gonna let Cooper Sutton. You wanna in? Yeah, I wanna ask questions. All right, I'm gonna go to Cooper Sutton. I'm gonna come back down here. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton.
Thank you. I had to kind of think about it. If I'm not mistaken, we want like one fee, right? You're saying just one fee to go into these garages?
I think that the owners have to have probably some latitude to adjust their fee. You know, if you're closer to the FedEx Forum and there's a Grizzly game, maybe you should be entitled to charge a little more. You shouldn't be charged an event fee when you're 15 blocks. So I mean, it just needs to be reasonable, and the owners should have some flexibility. And I will say, there's some people that own garages that do a really good job.
Absolutely.
And some people don't.
Okay. And this I may be treading down the legal aspect of it. And you talked about, I think there's like a code or something. I haven't parked in a garage. Being a council person, I haven't parked in a garage. But I think you said there was like a code that they have to have, and then it charges all these different amounts. But I'm just kind of brainstorming. This list here that was passed out, right here, are these all the garages that the city and the lots? What is this list here?
So that list, we drew geographic boundaries, and that's the list of the owners of the parking garages within the geographic boundaries that we set, which was A.C. Willis on the north side, going down on the south side to, was it Patterson where we cut it off, Ashley? It's in the ordinance. Thank you, Councilwoman Green. So it's in the ordinance, and this is just a geographic snapshot of the owners. That list is the owners of the garages, and I believe it also has the people that manage it as well. No, the management team is on the map.
Okay, all right. I think I'm going down the legal path, and I'll just hold that question. I think I'm going more so down the legal path.
And there's like 3 different ways. I know Pittsburgh's done it. I mean, there's flat fees. There's like ramped up pricing that you could do based on, you know, the first 20 cars in and the next 30 cars in. So there's all types of different things that we'll be looking at and talking through. We also need to speak to the owners, and the city owns a lot of these too.
Okay.
So,
all right, I'll just hold my question in the back of my head for right now, because I think it's more legal, and I'm just trying to kind of make sure that I ask it correctly for what we're trying to do.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so thank you, Chairman.
All right, I have no idea where I started. I'm gonna think it was Chairman Canale. You in the queue, buddy? No, I'm good. All right, well, I think, anybody else? I think Councilman Moses said all his piece. Councilman Virgos, you got anything?
No, I appreciate the council's time and your efforts in looking into this. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask, does anyone present not want to be a sponsor on this? Because I'm gonna say send it downstairs with a favorable recommendation with everyone here as a sponsor. Oh, I mean, we know it's the first reading. There's gonna be a lot of stuff to happen between now and the third reading. Chief Adams.
Yeah, I was.
Hold on, let's figure it out. Hold on, I am.
Antonio Adams, Chief Operating Officer, City of Memphis. I would ask that there's some time allowed for our Chief Legal Officer and their office to review, as well as council attorneys to review to make sure that that this sweeping regulation is something that can definitely be imposed and something that can be enforced.
Okay, and then also, I guess this is to the original sponsor, since everybody put their name on it, and then Chief Adams and the Mayor's Administration. City owns some of these parking lots.
Mm-hmm.
That means it's going to be a physical note attached. Right. That means it's going to cost us some money. When we spend money, we need to know how much we're going to spend. So I guess Councilman Spinoza, Chief Adams, and Mayor Young would get together and figure out what the price tag would be.
Absolutely.
And of course, the floor is yours.
I know business. I know the restaurant business, but this is what I know about the parking lot business. You other than your lease or your capital costs, you don't have utilities, you don't have sewers. I mean, you don't have restrooms, you don't have labor, you don't have inventory, you don't have heating, you don't have air conditioning. You really virtually have no security, and people will drive into your business and give you money. So I don't know how profitable they are. I know from a business point of view, if I could run a business and didn't have to worry about help, labor, et cetera, there's got to be some money in the business.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, yeah, definitely going to work with Antonio at everything he suggested. So I appreciate the yes vote. And we're good. I mean,
all right,
we got to hold it well, man.
All right, seems like a lot of people on this thing. I think we're going to add Carlisle's name on it. All right. All those in favor, send it down stairs with a favorable recommendation, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It's the opinion of the
Please call roll.
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilman Spinoza,
Here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington,
Present.
Councilwoman Walker, Councilman Warren, Councilwoman White, Chairwoman Green.
Present. All right, we have a quorum and we have 2 items today. Item number 1 is a presentation from the Orpheum Theater Group, Princeton James Project, and the Historic Claiborne Temple, all council districts, requested by myself. We have multiple presenters up here, but if before you speak, if you'll just give your name and organization for us. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good morning, everyone. DeMarcus Suggs, Director of Creative and Cultural Economy here at the City of Memphis. Always coveting a moment to stand before my colleagues to share about the work that we're doing in the sector, especially when it comes to economic development, which is an important driver for our city, as Mayor Young has already articulated the value in our initiative this year. But before I dive in, I want to shout out Chairman Canale. Thank you for the riveting speech that you provided at the State of the Arts last week. But moving on that, it was actually, it was good. Yeah.
He just said, should have been there to me.
You should have been there.
Sorry.
So good news overall. Economic impact. So the most recent data that has come out nationally is that the arts and culture industries have increased to $1.2 trillion to contribute to our GDP. That's 4.2%. Really good news is also that Tennessee is on the top 5 states that have contributed to exponential growth in this regard. Also, we know both anecdotally and through data that every dollar that is spent and invested into the arts yields a $9 economic impact. We know that here in Memphis, for instance, that our tourists, when they visit, it's about 7 out of 10 folks are here for arts experiences. And so that money is, income for the city, as I love to hear. Again, with the tourism and spending, arts travelers are the best because not only are they here for the good vibes and the creative aspects, they also had a value added, spending about $48 each during their visits. And I'm speeding through because we have folks who have really great things to share. Employment numbers, we have about 21,000 folks that benefit directly through employment in the Memphis Shelby County area. And that was research done by in the 2022 Arts Economic Progress Report. And so when we're talking about creativity and innovation and expression, it is more than just a nice to have. It is really an engine that helps to fuel all other things in the city. And so I'm going to move out the way and let my colleague Jen McGrath with the Orpheum share her work.
Thank you, DeMarcus. Hello, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you all this morning. My name is Jennifer McGrath, and I have the privilege to serve as the Vice President of Education, Community Engagement, and Halloran Center Programming at the Orpheum Theater Group. Our mission at the Orpheum is to entertain, educate, and enlighten through the arts, and we do that in a variety of ways. You may know the Orpheum as a nearly 100-year-old historic arts institution bringing you the best of Broadway and entertainment while serving over 275,000 people per year. But I hope that you also know about our commitment to accessible, high-quality arts education and community engagement that serves over 30,000 young people, educators, and families. Our broad range of programs promote community building, creative expression connected to healing and empowerment, confidence, critical thinking, and a sense of belonging, and much more. When people come to the Orpheum, they come downtown, which is good for all of us. They're not only buying tickets to our shows or paying camp fees for their children or making interactive field trips possible for their students, but they're also eating at downtown restaurants like Majestic Grill and Good Fortune Company. They're staying in downtown hotels like the Hyatt Centric, Central Station. They're using local transportation like Groove On Demand. They're parking in the local facilities that you all just mentioned, like the Mobility Center, and they're contributing to tax revenues, all of which generate an estimated annual economic impact of $33 million. But we don't stop there. As one of the largest arts institutions in the area, we know the power of partnership and how we can help increase impact across the arts sector at large, having an even larger reach. The Orpheum may be physically located downtown, but we continue to extend our connectivity to all of Memphis, serving 24 zip codes by taking programs out into the community. Our longstanding partnerships with the Refugee Empowerment Program, Casa Teatro Bilingual Theater Group, Middle College High School, to name only a few of a very long list, help us uplift and amplify the arts regardless of location. And with our newly reimagined Halloran Center Presents series and our smaller 361-seat theater, we bring the best of international arts to our venue, which means traffic in our airports, use of hospitality services, ongoing needs for paid technicians. And at the same time, we're also lifting up local artists on that stage with our continued partnerships with the Memphis Symphony Orchestra, Mark Edgar Stewart and the Memphis Songwriter Series, and my dear friend and colleague, Princeton James of Princeton James Productions, who you're going to hear from shortly. Yes, there was a shout out shout it out for Princeton. That's exciting. So the opportunity to provide a local home to develop and amplify Princeton's incredible vision has resulted in multiple sold out shows on our campus, drawing audience members not only from Memphis and surrounding counties, but from surrounding states as well. This employs more creatives and technicians, compensating more of the creative workforce. It provides a positive narrative about engaging events in our city. It amplifies Princeton's creative vision. And it's also, honestly, just an amazingly good time where people from all walks of life can come together and be in community. Through programs like our Mending Hearts Camp for young people who have experienced the death of one or both of their parents, our Camp Safe for people who stutter, our student matinees, and more, the Orpheum continues to engage youth through a variety of outlets, meeting them where they are on their journey. And we are proud to offer a large majority of our youth-serving programs at no cost. That's right. We do not want economics to be a barrier to those we serve, so a large number of our programs are offered completely free, and for those that are not, we provide scholarships. We believe that the arts are an essential part of our future leaders' development, teaching them empathy and compassion essential to thriving in life as a living, breathing, productive human being with a strong sense of self-identity and self-worth. And with this type of support, families come not only from Tennessee, Mississippi, Arkansas, Missouri, Louisiana, Texas, Florida, and more to embrace the incredible arts and arts education landscape that Memphis has to offer, leaving a large financial impact in their wake. We are so excited about the momentum that is building thanks to the creation of the city's Office of the Creative and Cultural Economy that you all have made possible. And I want to truly offer my sincere gratitude for that work. As this momentum magnifies, we invite you to now dream with us. Because if this much progress is already happening, imagine where we can go with continued support. Think about how much more we could entertain, educate, and truly enlighten, all while building valuable revenue for our city, and more importantly, truly seismically shifting the emotional health and well-being of our residents. That is an impact that we cannot measure in dollars, but one that we know ultimately also contributes economically, because those who connect to the arts have significantly lower risk of depression, disability, and chronic pain. They have enhanced academic outcomes, including higher graduation rates, and they report a deeper sense of belonging and higher self-worth, all of which combined allow them to take more active roles in our civic society, contributing to growth in all ways. So put simply, we cannot afford to not invest in the arts, because without the sector's social and economic contributions, we're going to fall behind. So I urge you to continue to foster the arts as a means for economic development and build on this momentum and help the arts take Memphis to even higher heights than the bluff on which our city sits. Thank you all for your time and all that you do for our great city. And I now turn it over to my dear friend and colleague, Anasa Troutman.
My goodness, I'm so inspired by you, Jen. That was amazing. I don't have to say anything. Jen just said it all. Good morning, everybody. My name is Anasa Troutman, and I am the CEO of The Big We. The Big We works with communities to leverage their cultural assets to build economic, cultural, and political power. Our work centers culture as a core driver for economic development and cultural tourism through historic preservation, entrepreneur development, and storytelling. You all probably know us best for our work as stewards of historic Claiborne Temple, a nationally recognized site at the intersection of South Memphis and downtown. Even though we're not open yet, we still host thousands of visitors at Claiborne and IMPASS Plaza every year and have brought funders, investors, and journalists to the city, drawing national attention to our work and catalyzing millions of dollars in investment in our projects and other people's projects as well. To date, we have raised and spent over $8 million on the acquisition and exterior renovation of the building, and are about halfway to our goal of $25 million for the interior renovation. 70% of our capital funding comes from funders who have never funded anything in Memphis before. Our innovative restorative development model integrates public health and safety, environmental stewardship, community ownership, and creative placemaking, is reshaping how we finance, plan, and execute our real estate development projects. Our integrated capital strategy has allowed us to raise philanthropic dollars, 0 and 1% loan dollars, as well as way less than market rate impact investment. When we reopen the building in 2028, just in time to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the strike, it will be a cultural arts center, a museum, and a center for restorative economics. The success of Claiborne's development has led us to share our strategy and to look beyond one building and imagine what could happen if we thought bigger. So we started with the purchase of the Aretha Franklin Birth House in Soulsville and are currently working with the National Trust of Historic Preservation to make plans for that building. And we've also been sharing our funders and what we've learned about restoration with other historic site stewards to help them increase their programmatic appeal to tourists and their profitability. After our preservation work, the second part of our strategy is to support cultural development for entrepreneurs. A strong creative economy requires strong cultural entrepreneurs. After closing a 2-year pilot last summer, we have launched COIN, the Cooperative Opportunities in Neighborhoods program, and we currently have 48 Memphis-based entrepreneurs developing 28 cooperative creative businesses who, upon completion of the program, will have unfettered access to a small business loan fund, and they don't have to pay the money back until their businesses are profitable. But the most exciting part of our work is our storytelling and all the work that we do with all these incredible artists who are up here and so many more. We produce podcasts, documentary films, community events, and are stewards of the Memphis Cultural Coalition, who brought us the State of the Arts last week. That was so incredible. Y'all will be there next year, I'm sure. Where we bring together arts organizations, arts administrators, arts entrepreneurs, and individual artists to work together to build resource, infrastructure, and strategy for the arts and culture sector. Memphis has so much more to share than what we are currently promoting and investing in. Cultural tourists spend so much more time and 38% more money per trip than in any other general tourism areas. And they are more likely to engage in multiple activities that benefit the local economies and the local art and culture scene. Memphis is a center for global innovation in music and history and visual art, dance, photography, theater, and so much more. Our city is unmatched in the cultural landscape of America, and our work at the Big We both surfaces that beauty for visitors and packages it through the lens of community ownership that builds community wealth, creates jobs, increases safety, and invites our city into a new narrative about who we are and who we can become. Our work isn't just about preservation, it's about possibility. During our programming season this year, celebrating the strike of '68, we themed it Imagine Memphis. And over the past 2 months, we've engaged over 500 artists and arts lovers who are excited, activated, and hopeful about the city of our future. Our artists are ready to work, they're ready to build businesses, they're ready to support their neighbors, and welcome folks from all over the world. Memphis has been a global leader in art, culture, and entertainment for decades, and the Big We is helping to ensure that Memphis's cultural leadership is translated into the foundation for economic growth, community resilience, and a welcoming, exciting place for visitors and investors all over the place. Thank you. Preach.
Yes. Now I'm inspired. So good morning, everybody. Before I start, I want to ask a quick question. So has anyone ever seen a play, went to a historic building, or seen a film and been inspired? It just changed your perspective on the world, on life, and everything. Anybody? All of us, right? Yep, exactly. And that's the power of art. We don't just perform, we transform. And at Princeton James Productions, which I'm the founder of, a Memphis-based production company, we blend community outreach, film, theater, television, all that good stuff into one. So we produced about 4 feature films, delivered about 350 live performances, and we created the Soulful Murder Mystery, which is the only Black-owned touring immersive dinner theater experience in the country. And all of this was built right here in Memphis by Memphis artists. So over the last 5 years, we've employed about 250 creatives. Our youth program, The Cooler Kids, has reached over 8,000 young people with performing arts training in schools and after-school programs. And the Soulful Murder Mystery has toured 11 cities and grossed about $375,000 while bringing Memphis culture to a national stage. So many of our artists have worked on productions like Bluff City Law, Young Rock, Netflix Uncorked, even the previous Tyler Perry movie that was just here last year. And our impact of local is not just local, but it's also national. And yet we're just getting started. So with the right investment, we can scale from 2 schools to 20. We can go from 11 cities to 40. And we can go from offering gigs to building careers. So that's why we're here. And it gives our organizations like mine and my colleagues the structure to grow, the tools to scale, and the support to build a sustainable, creative workforce in Memphis. So Memphis, we have rich talent here, and we all know that, right? And we're not waiting to be discovered. We're already building. So let's give our artists the foundations they need to thrive right here at home. So, we thank you for your time. We thank you for your vision, and we thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. Do I have any colleagues in the queue? I'm just making sure before I say a couple things. I want to thank you for coming today, all of you, and for your work. You've exemplified why I asked when you were chair to be chair of this committee. And he said, "Are you sure?
Told me.
Are you sure that's what you want?" And I said, "Absolutely. This is what I care about because this is why I'm proud to be a Memphian. These arts are by Memphis. They are in Memphis. They are for Memphis. But you continue to give back to Memphis. I know that there's been some branding, and I have talked to the mayor multiple times that we talk about Memphis in a negative light a lot. And I would like everybody in this room, both people who are listening, to rebrand Memphis as Culture City. You only need to look at this panel and the one that's coming up next to see that we are exporting our culture, our food, our plays, our films, our history, our soul out into the world, and the world needs Memphis's soul. So I appreciate what you're doing, not just economically for our community, although that is incredibly important, and I hope, by having you here today, we've elevated that, but also what you're doing, as you mentioned, for the children and for our future in our city, because it is vitally important that we switch the narrative from being a place that we do have hard stuff, but that hard stuff sometimes creates great art, right? And so I appreciate what you're doing here today and in the future, and please let us know how we can support you in the future, okay?
Thank you so much.
Before I close down this item, we go to the next one. Is there any other comments? All right. Oh, you have one, Councilwoman Logan?
Yes, I also want to thank you for bringing them. I remember some of you I heard at Collage when we came by, and I really appreciate it. I'm really excited about all of them, but I'm particularly excited about Prince and James, that experience. I think it's new to Memphis, and I think it really needs to be put forward because it's different, and I think young people will really enjoy that type of experience as well. Everyone that I've seen and talked to really found it, really refreshing. So thank you all for what you bring in, and look forward to not only continuing to support you all and all of you all, but seeing you more in the community as well, being able to take it into the outlying districts, not just downtown. Thank you.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton?
Thank you, Chairwoman. Princeton, the entire group, Princeton, I would be remiss if I would not give you your kudos and all your hard work that you are doing, just all of you. But just to see, a Black brother, you're doing your thing, and you're loving what you're doing, and you're impacting. And I just, as Chairwoman Green says, I'm just thankful that you were able to bring them to us. But the work that you're doing and the love and the passion is greatly appreciated. And the greatest gift is love. And that's what I see you all display, just even our one-on-ones, just our talking and the engagement. But the greatest is love. And if we can get that right and what you all are spreading and giving, wow, we can take Memphis to the next level. So thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I agree. All right. Thank you. Thank you for your time. We'll move on to item number 2. Item number 2 is a presentation on anticipated tourism and economic impact of the new Memphis Art Museum. All council districts requested by myself. I know you fine folks are switching places, but if you'll give us your name when you get up here, and then the floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Carl Person, 99 Front Street, board president of the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art. Number one, thank you all again for allowing us to be here and for that team who just presented. You guys are doing amazing work. All things art. I absolutely love the presentations today from MLGW, parking. All things downtown are so great. Before I turn it over to Zoe, just want to remind everybody in this room, whenever I walk in Nashville or if I'm in D.C., I'm talking about Memphis, and that's everything that we do from a cultural standpoint and just our great city and trying to get people away from talking about crime, because it's about us moving forward, and these are the type of investments that you guys are making that's going to move us forward. So with that, I'll turn it over to the wonderful Zoe, Dr. Carr.
Thank you. Zoe Carr, Executive Director of the Memphis Brooks Museum of Art, 1934 Poplar. We were here a few weeks ago at the behest of Dr. Warren, presenting with the Parks Committee, and several of you were not there, so just a kind of refresher on who we are before I dive in. We are the City of Memphis's art museum. We annually serve about 120,000 Memphians. We have a very strong focus on youth and families. We do that through school tours, through community days, through outreach programs, and those are all things we will continue to do. But today, what I want to talk to you about is our new building that is going up between Riverside and Front, Union and Monroe. Amazing piece of architecture. If you have not yet come to tour the site, I strongly encourage you to do so. It's really spectacular. And the investment that we are poised to make in bringing massive media attention to our city through this spectacular museum and the impact we hope that that will have. So across the U.S., museums welcome about 850 million visitors per year, which exceeds attendance of all major local sporting events. And that's important because cultural tourists spend way more money. Several of my colleagues said that, and I want to emphasize that point again. Here in Memphis, we are a culture city. We have music tourists. We have food tourists. We do not have visual arts and architecture tourists. That is about to change. So what you're looking at is the future Memphis Art Museum, formerly a beautiful parking garage that everyone in this room misses, I know. And now, really, I know. It's very sad. We have therapy for that. Yes, that's right. Don't worry. We got you covered. And in its place, you see at the bottom, we will be delivering this gorgeous new facility designed by world-renowned architects Herzog and Demeron. They designed the Perez Art Museum in Miami, the Tate Modern in London. This is a really big deal in architectural terms, and they are partnered with fantastic local partners, Archimania. So a real international local partnership, incredible public-private partnership in terms of the funding model for this building. In our new facility, we expect will deliver 150,000 new visitors to Memphis, and I'll tell you why we think that's the case, and $100 million in economic impact. The new building will have 50% more gallery space and 600% more art-filled public spaces. Yes? What does the museum do today? Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Can I email you? I don't have that number top of mind, but I'd be happy.
Carl knows everything off the top of his head.
It's much smaller.
It's smaller than 100 million.
It's a multiplier of both our spend and then visitor spend. And right now, our visitors are 80% local, or actually probably 90% local, and we expect that percentage to shift significantly. And as we bring in more tourists, we expect them to spend more. So the economic impact now, if I had to guess, it's maybe a tenth of that. But happy to share that.
To kind of see, why this investment makes so much sense for us.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, we'll bring that. We will continue, of course, even as we get downtown, to continue to really focus on our community and our school-age children. Our new facility, if anything, and I'll show you some of these spaces, has much improved facilities for kids. It was great to have this presentation preceded by wonderful colleagues, all in the arts, many downtown, because part of why we're so excited about moving downtown is that dense cultural infrastructure that already exists downtown, and we are already in discussion with many colleagues about potential partnership opportunities. We already work with many, particularly performing arts colleagues, to foreground their work at the museum, and that will come with us downtown. Right at Front Street, you see this beautiful building with all timber structure. You can see the timber coming out of the ground today. It's the first all timber structure in our region. That's a super green, but also super beautiful and welcoming material choice. And then we are adding a new park. That's the lower edge of the slide, connecting, or today that's Monroe Avenue, and that's turning into a park space connecting the museum to Cossett Library. That's also how you access the parking garage, which feels like a very timely comment to make. Ours was made very clean and well-priced, yes. With the bathroom, indeed, thank you. On this slide, you can see our lobby on the left with a cafe space, a new retail space that will be very focused on Memphis artists and makers. We already have a huge consignment program that will be growing as we get downtown. We want to be the retail space to come buy your gift made by a Memphis maker. And then our galleries below with beautiful white oak floors and timber in the ceilings. Huge community courtyard at the heart of this building. We can do movies, we can do art, we can do ice skating rinks, we can do festivals. We will do all those things, and it will be an incredibly dynamic space for downtown and for our city. From the courtyard, you can look straight into the galleries. That's the image on the left. And then this spectacular spot at the back end of our courtyard, you see these stairs leading you down to the river. The stairs are also an open air amphitheater, so you could sit there and watch a performance, and your backdrop is the incredibly beautiful Mississippi River. Up on the roof, huge public park. Again, this both the roof space and the courtyard are open to the public for free. These are free public amenities. The roof has a quarter-mile walking track with local plants all along it, and then a beautiful event space in the far corner. We hope there will be many weddings, and also, of course, council events would be very welcome there as well. And so I come to, this is an incredible cultural moment for Memphis. That building is going to transform who we are and how we think about ourselves and how the world thinks about us. Why? Why do I know that's true? Because so many other cities have leveraged major investments in museums, very specifically, to reshape the narrative about their city. Had anyone heard of Bentonville, Arkansas before Crystal Bridges came around? No, not really. Maybe you. Maybe you were doing business with Walmart. We're not sure. But anyone who was not doing business with Walmart had not heard of them. New Orleans made a major investment in the World War II Museum, which now attracts 700,000 visitors per year. And Chattanooga, Tennessee really reinvented itself as an arts city with the Hunter and major investments around the river cleanup. My favorite example of this is perhaps the most famous example in the museum world, is Bilbao, Spain, which prior to the Guggenheim Bilbao, which you see on the upper left image, it's a spectacular Frank Gehry building, was mostly known as a rusting former industrial city on a river. Feels a little bit like how Memphis is sometimes talked about, although I would strongly disagree with that. The Basque government partnered with local business. They spent $100 million on this beautiful building. They also, as part of that, redid the airport, which we've done, redid their convention center, which we've done, spent quite a bit of emphasis on infrastructure, public infrastructure, and as part of that, rebirthed the city effectively. And in the first year, they attracted 1,500 journalists and 750,000 visitors. Their visitorship has only grown since year one. It's now hovering around 1.2 million. So this is the model that I want to use for Memphis. This is our goal, 1,500 journalists, 750,000 visitors. It's an ambitious goal, but it's one that I know we can achieve if we talk about the museum in this broader context, because there is so much incredible art, food, music, soul going on here in Memphis already, and we can use the museum and this moment to elevate all of those things and really dominate the narrative about Memphis, away from crime, away from things that nobody wants to talk about, to things that we are very proud of, which is our culture and our city. We have so much civic support behind this project. We are partnering with Memphis Tourism. We are partnering with the city, obviously, with you all, Shelby County, Downtown Memphis Commission, and then all of our cultural partners. And of course, all of this is with the greater goal of reinvesting in our community, right? All of these tax dollars will come back to our community. A stronger museum will create more value for its citizens. So I hope you will join me in celebrating this incredible moment for Memphis. And we are so excited to bring all these journalists and attention to our city and look forward to partnering with you around that. Thank you.
Mr. Smiley, you're recognized.
Cool. Mr. Smiley is my father. Yeah, that's it. So quick question for you. So we talk about partnership, like what are the conversations about, making sure we're keeping the folks safe that are visiting here? Are we having conversations with MPD, sheriffs? Because I don't believe in imaginary lines when we talk about public safety, or is it something that you all are doing unilaterally?
No, that's a great question. So in the park, we're part of a park consortium, and we work very, very closely with MPD and the sheriff's office, as well as all of the rest of the park partners. In the new building?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, and in the new building, we are already working closely with the Downtown Memphis Commission. They lead the safety conversations for the city, so we already are attending those monthly meetings and building those connections. Yeah.
Thank you, Councilman. I'm not seeing anyone else, so I just wanted to make a couple of comments myself. I had a really in-depth conversation actually on a visit to DC with a gentleman who headed up Nashville's Arts Commission, and he was there and led it at the time they decided to become Music City. And it was a intentional shift in funding and marketing by the local government to brand themselves as Music City. And I know like a lot of Memphians take offense to it, but they invested in it. And one of the things he mentioned to me was downtown, you have to have what he calls civic furniture, right? So you got to have an arena. You got to have a big arts museum. You've got to have a large park. You've got to have this civic furniture. And this is as you mentioned in the other cities' examples, a big cornerstone piece to us having that civic furniture to becoming one of those first-class cities. But I want to say to my colleagues and to the administration, while it's important that we invest in it and we're going to have economic impact, if we don't, again, start branding ourselves as Culture City, and not just leaving it to the Brooks or the Claiborne Temple or the Orpheum, like as a city, we have to get around the idea that we are Culture City, that is our export. Whether it's food or it is music or it is visual arts, that we are exporting that and people should come here. Like you said, Bentonville, Arkansas, Martha, Texas, there are places in this world that nobody would have ever visited had they not had that civic furniture, right? And the marketing to say, come here and see it. So we've got to do both and. So I appreciate you all doing your part, and I hope my colleagues, I know myself, I will do my part to make sure that we not just invest in the furniture, but in making sure that other people know to come and visit it. Any other comments? All right. With that, we see
the April 22nd meeting of Personnel and Government Affairs. Summer, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Green. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman
Oh, I'm here.
Councilman Spinoza. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman White.
Present.
Councilwoman Dr. Easter Thomas. Chairman Kennelly.
Here. Chair observes quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda today. It is the Memphis Animal Shelter Advisory Board appointments. Barbara A. Britton, Tori P. Eads, Fabiola Francis, and Elizabeth Smith. Can I get a motion in a second?
I move it if they want to subject themselves.
Moved by
themselves to
Smiley,
this.
seconded by JSW. Director Mary Claire Boris.
We haven't seen her in a while.
Would you like to speak before I call him up?
Yes, there we go. Good morning, I think it still is, or good afternoon, council, wherever we are in time. I just wanted to say that we've spent a lot of time trying to assemble a diverse board, one that really reflects not only our city, but also kind of the different aspects within the Animal Welfare Committee, and we are excited to bring you the first 4 nominees for that board.
Great, thank you. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized. Oh, okay. Okay, welcome, ladies. Thank you for offering your time and service to the city of Memphis, Memphis Animal Services. We'll just go down the line one at a time. If you'll state your name and why you're interested in serving on the advisory board for MAS.
Greetings all. My name is Barbara Britton, and I live at 3529 Boxtown, which, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Which is adjacent to T.O. Fuller Park, where we have a large influx of dropped-off animals constantly. And about me, I spent 15 years in the Air Force, and I retired from FedEx after 25 years of service. And I'm gonna have to read some of this because, okay. I'm the president of the Boxtown Neighborhood Association. I'm coordinator for the Neighborhood Watch Program. I serve on the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water Advisory Board. I'm a member of the T.O. Fuller Park Committee, and I serve as a volunteer for the Goodwill Homes Senior Center. Okay, it would be an honor and a pleasure to serve on the Memphis Animal Services Board, possibly to help find a solution to the daily influx of abandoned animals in our neighborhoods, or at least provide a safe place to drop them off until they can be picked up.
Thank you, Ms. Britton.
Community service. That's a lot of servicing me, so appreciate that.
Ms. Eads?
My name is Tori Eads, and I'm at 486 River Ridge Cove in East Memphis.
What's the zip code?
38120.
Okay.
But basically what I've been doing over the past 6 years being a volunteer, I've also become kind of a rescue partner, the liaison between MAS and the rescue partner world. We had previously rescues would just pull dogs and you get a live outcome, but they could commit to save a dog, and maybe that 20 rescues would try to save one dog, and nobody would know it. It was and all of the other dogs would be euthanized. And so I created a platform to make the rescues able to communicate in real time openly about which dogs they're saving, and that way, if one dog, they can say, I'm taking that dog, and we redirect to other animals, and it just improves the save rate of and basically, we've worked very closely with MAS, with Mary Claire and Jesse, and just all of the staff about with getting the euthanasia list on as it comes out, and we have a little team through this platform. We have opened it up so that out-of-state rescues, we've grown and asked to bring in out-of-state rescues. But to do that, what we had to do was create a little, the local manpower. So now we have local fosters that will go pick up the animal. We can transport, we can get to access to veterinary services. And so basically it opens up the it opens up the availability for out-of-state rescues to step in and help us, where before the logistics were just too difficult.
Can I have a quick question for you? You said we and online platform. What's the online platform and who's the we?
Well, I created a little platform online. It's just
like a social media group?
Correct.
Gotcha. All right, then we, I'm assuming, is the folks who engage in the social media
It's
group?
the people that we engage
Gotcha.
in our little group that have, over the years it has become, now we have transport drivers in 10 states and we have private pilots that fly dogs for us.
It doesn't sound like a little group.
It actually,
You're downplaying it because there's some folks saying you're downplaying yourself. All right.
it's true because it started out as probably 2 people and now, we've moved, this little group of ours has now effectively saved for over 4,000 dogs.
So what we would
from
say,
euthanasia.
my generation would say, talk your talk.
Okay.
So good job. Thank you.
But so anyway, I'd like to be part of the advisory board. I understand kind of the inside and the outside of the shelter. I'm a volunteer and a foster. I also see what they go through daily. I know that we're in crisis mode on the streets with the number of strays, and the only way to open up space to bring more dogs in off the streets is to either euthanize or they get adopted or they go to a rescue. So our little group tries to get as many dogs, seen visibly. We get all the attributes in front of on our little platform in front of rescues, and they do, it works. They pull a lot of dogs for us. So basically that we're trying to take the pressure off of MAS, of the euthanasia, because it's inevitable, you're going to have it. But the shelter, this allows the shelter to be, it doesn't have to be the end for a dog. It can be the beginning. And to do that, we really need strong rescue partnerships. And I've gotten I think 6 new rescues in the last year and a half. One of them, Adopt a Pet out of Ohio. They depend on us. She will call and say, I talked to her a minute ago. She said, I'll take as many dogs as you can find fosters for. And she's pulled over 200. So, each partner can really make a difference. So in closing, I just want to focus.
We can see your excitement. And we are very thankful for you.
But I'm a little passionate. I'm a little passionate about it. But I just want to work hard.
We feel it. Thank you.
Poor Mary Claire and Jesse, I know, because I'm always blowing their phones up. But we just want to. It needs to be a joint effort.
Absolutely. Thank you, Miss Eads. We look forward to your service.
You got an amen.
Miss Smith, you're next, and then Miss Francis.
Hello. My name is Elizabeth Smith, 4960 Princeton Grove Cove 38117. I started off under Tori's tutelage. I've spent decades working with various rescue organizations, local shelters from my hometown in Tate County, DeSoto County. Tori discovered me and brought me into her little circle of rescues and advocates and volunteers and networkers. She's incredible. She's an incredible asset, and what she has built is nothing short of amazing.
Insane, probably.
Insane. We're all insane, or we wouldn't do this. I have spent, thank you, I've spent a lot of years working with people in our communities attempting to educate and provide assistance. The stray population is out of control. Memphis Animal Services has their work cut out for them. We all want to help. I started my own rescue organization this year, the Rescued Pack, so that we can partner directly with Memphis Animal Services and with my out-of-state and in-state rescue partners. We want to make a bigger impact and help advise MAS on how we can adjust policies and procedures to make things run more effectively.
Thank you. We appreciate you as well for your commitment. Miss Francis, last but not least.
Hello, and thanks for the opportunity. I know we've met before downstairs. And I will be honored to serve and help the community in more positive ways. I'm a U of M graduate. I've been in Memphis over 30 years, and I can adapt to any culture. I'm bilingual, fluent in Spanish, and I think I can be an asset to the Hispanic community. I have been self-employed. I have my own business for over 25 years, and I also started an animal nonprofit organization in Fraser. I do live in the 38117 area, but I'm familiar with all parts of Memphis. I enjoy nature, puzzles. I enjoy being in shape. So for any kind of, attack. And I'm a positive person, and I believe that more can be accomplished if we work together. So we want to focus on what we already have. Memphis has a lot to offer. I'm not afraid to start over again from the beginning. So if something fails, we should regroup and, put our boots on and start again. So the opportunity to learn is through action every day, and I will appreciate the opportunity to serve. And thanks to Mary Claire and Jessica for offering me this opportunity to apply. And thanks to all of you for listening. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. We also appreciate you very much as well. Colleagues, without objection, I would like to see these ladies get to work as fast as possible, so I would like to send this downstairs the same night minutes.
Absolutely.
No objection?
No objection.
All right, we'll send this downstairs.
Congratulations.
Councilman Logan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing us these ladies. This is amazing. I just want to say that from hearing you all talk, I really have pivoted a little bit because I was very frustrated about the situation on the street. And so hearing your compassion and your story, and you really, in 5 minutes, you taught me a lot. So I really realized that when they come in, there are 3 pathways: euthanasia, rescue, and adoption. I just figured it was all one lump sum, and you just figure out which one. So hearing that you all specialize in these areas and we can get more done by you all having outside resources, I'm really grateful and looking forward to MAS changing and really being able to get a handle on the situation, because it's adversely impacting our communities. People in the community can't go walk in, they can't play outside, the children can't ride the bikes. I almost witnessed a young man walking from school being attacked by 2 huge cane corsos. I guess that's what you call them, but they're ferocious. And this guy had on headphones, a young teenager. He didn't know they were there. And if it wasn't for my husband and I driving up on the curb with our truck in between them, he would have been mauled. So I really don't have a lot of patience for stray dogs. But hearing you say that you all are building a network outside and you're working on this, I feel hopeful. Otherwise, I'm not with it. But I really appreciate you all coming on board. I look forward to all you're going to bring. I'm looking forward to seeing the synergy between you all. And thank you for your creativity and starting small and staying with it and nurturing your gift. And I hope you grow so we can, so it can be good for dogs and good for people. Not only dogs, but those chickens and horses and all the other animals that y'all get. So thanks so much. I appreciate it. I do have a dog, and I'm a responsible dog owner. I didn't grow up with them. I learned to love them when I got married, but I really even now have more love for what you all are going to do because I hear your expertise and your passion. So thanks so much and welcome aboard.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Anybody else? Councilman Ford?
Thank you, Chair. Euthanizing dogs. I have 2 dogs that showed up. Well, one showed up. The other one was down the street at the bank, almost dead. Okay, skin and bones. One I've had for a little over 3 years. She's big and fat now. I've taken care of her. But my wife went to the bank and everybody was feeling sorry for the other dog. Skin and bones again. And this dog is a boxer. Whoever had her, just left her and she couldn't hardly even move. But everybody, my wife went to the bank and she felt sorry, so I said, just bring the dog on here.
Thank you for that.
You don't see no bones on this dog. I've taken it to the vet. I've had everything done for this dog. The vet said this dog was about 14 months old. Yeah. But want a kennel, but every time my wife see one, she want me to come and get this dog because I don't want to come to y'all and y'all have to euthanize them. Sunday, I'm glad I really had these dogs, okay? I bought a building. I went to my building about 10:30 in the morning, and I walked up on a person inside my building. I didn't know how many was in there, whatever, but they were trying to get everything out from the copper, the wire, everything. They really, and they blocked the doors where nobody could really see. And when I found out what was going on, and when I got in, I saw this person. I said, "What are you doing in here?" And I went the hell off. I just want y'all to know that, because I didn't know how many was in there, okay? And then no lights, everything, they were there to have them a good time, okay? And I told them, I said, "Please don't move." I said, "Because I have 2 dogs. I will sick them on you right now." So they came in handy. And they were barking. Because when they see me kind of upset, they're going to start to bark, both of these. So I didn't know how many was in there. I begged, I said, "Well, let me call the police." Everything else. And I was bagging out the door watching this person, okay? But I was glad. I thought maybe it was more than one, because if I'd have known it was just one, I'd have had a good time. Me and my dogs, okay? But like I said, that happened to me. And that was Easter Sunday, bad day, okay? Spoiled my whole day. But I'm glad I had those 2 dogs, because I usually take them, and I done spoiled them both, and I have to take them right everywhere I go, they want to go too. So, I mean, and like I said, going to my building, they the first ones to go in. And then they like to scout and go around, okay? So really kind of helped me out by just really having those dogs, okay? And we just fell in love with them. But like I said, they just took our heart. And like I said, every time I go and I see stray dogs, I try to maybe want to pick them up. So I may be calling y'all afterwards and say, "Hey, y'all come help me with this Kindle I have over here with all these dogs and animals." But hey, I appreciate y'all coming to the plate, okay? And if there's anything I can do, please let me know.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman. Colleagues, any other questions? All right, all those in favor of sending this downstairs this evening with same night minutes with a positive recommendation signify by saying aye. Aye. I'm also an aye. Any opposed? That item passes. We will see you planning to stay for this evening's.
You send it downstairs today?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Meeting at 4 o'clock.
You don't have to.
You don't have to if you. I understand that you have busy schedules, but it will be up for final approval on this evening's agenda. Thank you, ladies. We appreciate you offering your service.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
Good afternoon. It's Tuesday, April 22nd, 12:10 p.m. I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Ms. Marisa, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale. Here. Councilman Ford Sr. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington. Present. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Councilwoman White. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Councilman Dr. Warren. Chair Carlisle.
Chair observes a quorum, and please let the record show that Councilwoman Green has joined us, and we are excited to have her back.
Yay.
Thumbs up, everybody. Please stop clapping now. Now. Just kidding. Welcome back. We're excited to have you. All right, y'all. We're behind, so I'm going to get going. We're going to start with 4. We're going to go 4, 1, 2, 3. So here we go. Item number 4, resolution to amend the fiscal year 25 council community grant allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Mr. Smiley. May I please have a motion and second?
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Smiley, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Councilman Smiley, the floor is yours as the maker of the motion.
Absolutely. I think I have $2,000 remaining from the grant season. I want to allocate the rest of the $2,000. I think it's $1,500 to Knowledge Quest. We know the work that they do, and $500 to Youth Engineering Success. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? I'm going to amend the motion to send it down with positive recommendation without objection. All the
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's get out of here.
Well, any objection? So this is going to go down with same night minutes. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same rights and privileges. Seeing none, the chair's an aye. This is unanimous. All right. First 8, annual report. Welcome, welcome. You know the drill.
Good morning or good afternoon. Dr. Candace Thomas with First State Memphis. I think you're going to feel like this is a good news report, just like the museum, the Memphis Art Museum, as well as the last group with the animal shelter. This is our annual report out. So this is from our last school year, 2023 to 2023 to 2024. And at the end, I do want to talk a little bit about the joint ordinance. So you should have in front of you a PowerPoint deck and also a quick 2-page report. And I'll go through the deck, and the report gives you a quick highlight. So you all remember First State Memphis and our role in the community, city and county joint ordinance for pre-K funding. You know that our classrooms are funded through both you and the county, and we're almost in every community across the city. And across all of your districts. As you know, we continue to share our budget with the City Council and the County Commission. And this school year, the school year that we are reporting on right now, we received $16 million in total for pre-K, and you see that budget on page 5 of your slide deck. So here is, as we talk about the budget, just to remind you that 90% of the funds that you allocate for early learning go to salaries for teachers and other personnel, serving 1,600 pre-K students in our community. And in the last school year, the city and county invested $8,700 per student. $8,700 is actually higher than where we were before, but not as high as we should be. On average, high-quality pre-K across the country allocates $12,500 per child. And so in our effort for pre-K for all is also to increase our per-child allocation. And you remember, as of now, our pre-K efforts are with income-eligible families only, and that has been, we have reached that with the funds that you've given us. So here's the really exciting news. Last school year, so 2023 to 2024, we had 94% enrollment. That is really, really big and good news for our community and for young children and their families. It's the highest enrollment that we've had yet. You remember our COVID days of a lower enrollment, about 80 to 85%. So we've been increasing every single quarter and every year. We also are excited to share that 87% of our students met the attendance goal that we have. So that was also a program record. The year before, 85% of those babies met the attendance goal. So this was really good news. We also are excited to share that 58% of our children in this program are considered kindergarten ready. So first, we are above the national average of 50%, so this is really good news, and we're continuing to increase our kindergarten readiness scores every year. And so our kids are doing well, and we still have work to do, but this is an improvement, and it's an improvement over the previous years. And then also, you remember that we have a kindergarten readiness assessment, and then we also have a pre-K assessment, and that pre-K assessment is also showing that our pre-K students in this program with your funding are outperforming their peers, so they're doing better than 62% of other kids in pre-K. So we are seeing really, really positive results in early learning, and our babies are doing well. They're getting stronger and stronger regarding their kindergarten readiness, their pre-K performance, their attendance, and their enrollment. And also in our last year, as a part of this effort, we ensure that teachers receive ongoing coaching and support, and 100% of teachers did so last year. And that way, we also helped families around any of the family outcomes that they identified that they need. And 100% of those families who said they needed something from family engagement personnel were linked to services. So this is really strong news. It's really positive news, and we hope to continue to grow this program, as you know, with our joint ordinance and our professional services agreement.
Thank you so much. I've got Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Councilwoman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a quick question. I know that there's a joint ordinance that has already occurred with the county and also with the city of Memphis, and our First Aid is our organization that we fund. But what I'm kind of concerned about, and I'm looking at, how this is going, what about the small businesses?
Sure.
Have you all included that with the Tennessee Department of Human? How are you going to work closely with them? Because there are some very high quality small business pre-K organizations out there, businesses out there that are doing exceptional work, that are really doing the work. And so have we looked into that? Has that been a proposal? Have we thought about what that would look like?
Yes.
Because small businesses, is one of the heartbeats here in Memphis, especially
absolutely.
with, the work that we're doing, and we're targeting our babies. So what have you looked at it? What would that look like? Have we thought about it? Is there a proposal out there?
We have already been doing it. So as you may remember, we have 15 pre-K operators currently in our program. Of those 15 operators, as I look right now, we have several small businesses that have said, we want to partner with First Aid. This is what we're going to do for that partnership, and these are the supports that we need from First Aid. So our process is an open process. We're constantly working with small businesses around early learning. So, and we do it, as does the State Department of Human Services, as well as the State Department of Education.
Okay. So what I would like to do is pass this information along to some interested parties that is interested in partnering with the organization. I am familiar with, I know one small business that has very high quality. The students are exceptionally smart. And I think that is your target and what we're looking for, to get them ready to enter into school age and have them prepared. So that's what I wanted to know, just to make sure. I just wanted to make, if I missed it, and thank you for all that you're doing, and excited about our babies learning and being ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, or Vice Chairwoman, excuse me.
Thank you. Dr. Candace, I just wanted to thank you so much for your high standards and how you provide such quality, ongoing professional development for your teachers and staff. And we really appreciate your leadership and what you're doing with the pre-K program. So we're looking forward to supporting the joint ordinance. There's just a little tweaking that we had to do with the caption, so we'll bring that back next time. But we really really appreciate your program and the classes that I have seen. They are just phenomenal, from the furniture to the teaching and the culture. And we really appreciate that, and just wanted to give you a shout out for the first 8 program that you all have. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I did have one quick technical question on your presentation. You mentioned attendance goals. Is your goals, what is the threshold for that goal? Do you follow the 15-day rule for absences, or do you have a percentage of the policy? I may have missed that, but I was just curious what you guys considered a successful attendance.
So we defined our attendance goal to be 80% or more of school days.
Okay. What do you think the greatest, yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry, please.
And so that last year, 87% of those students met the 80% or more.
So what do you think the greatest factor, that's a bigger, that's a bigger, broader question. We can have another conversation. If we were not so far behind, I'd love to have a little bit more of that dialogue, because philosophically speaking, we've had this little conversation before. Vanderbilt wrote a paper that took out, I think, key elements about the outcomes that we've learned here anecdotally and through hard data. And I think it's misled the pre-K outcome conversation. But the reality does stand that the outcomes are the outcomes. The real question is how does the city support the transition from pre-K into the primary or the elementary division? And I'm sure there are plenty of things, quote, inside the classroom, but from where I see it, from where the city sits, it's the wraparound services. Like it's yes, teachers are overwhelmed with 22 kids in a classroom, and you'd love to have that down to 15. So I want to acknowledge that, but I think from the city's position, what I've learned is it's really hard for a kid to learn when they're in 3 different schools because they move to 5 different times, right? And so how do you continue to grow things and scale things that we know work? Like Boys and Girls Club was a huge support system through the ARPA money and the grant. We saw the outcomes, right? So I'd love to see more of a collaborative proposal that encompasses more of the touch points than just what happens in the brick and the mortar between 7:30 a.m. and 2:15 p.m. After the fact. I think, again, that's where a lot of I was actually talking with my colleague here, and she feels very similar, if not much more strongly than I do, with much more experience in that world than I have, about, how do you provide those, those services. I think the outcomes are affected by that, So anyway, I didn't mean to go on a digression there, but it's just something that we've been looking at certain things around the city and opportunities, and you're just trying to figure out a way, how do you get, not only do you get the money and the services, but how do you get them geographically where they need to be, right? So it's it's not, actually, it ain't a hard problem. It's just always a hard problem when you're trying to find the money. Right. So anyway, I'd love to have a more robust conversation with you. I'm happy to do it online. I'm happy to do it offline if people don't want to sit through it. I don't want to make anybody suffer through that conversation, but I just have a lot of questions about where the opportunities lie, where the city can really participate tremendously that, I think you'll find, I'll go directly at it. When you start talking about school funding, it always just gets lost in the noise and the chaos. And I know that there are people that feel strongly about it. I don't want to call it a waste. It's a worthy debate. But I'd rather just go ahead and go after the things that we think people will be aligned with. And when I say people, the council and the administration will be aligned with, that we can go ahead and attack and execute. And we don't have these philosophical differences, but we're still getting at the same thing, which is, how do I take a child from pre-K and make sure that they are grade literate by 3rd, 6th, 9th, and 12th grade, right? Mm-hmm. So thank you for everything you're doing. I love the partnership, appreciate it. Look forward to the expanded dialogue, and I'll be quiet. Sorry, I went on for a tangent. Does anybody have anything else they'd like to say? All right. Logan, Councilwoman Logan. Sorry.
Thank you for that. That is something to think about. My main concern is, visiting, I did garner some information that really was helpful. And this is top of mind for everybody in terms of the state of our educational system in Memphis and the outcomes, and just the numbers and the data. It's really disheartening to see where we have landed. But I do appreciate your effort. I do appreciate, your quest for excellence and to see them learn. My concern on is the standards. And, you know, I just really don't want to, you hear a lot lately about who backs you, there's an ulterior motive and all this type of thing. It's just about the babies for me, just about them learning, just about making certain that they are getting what they need and that we don't disconnect that from the vote. Because if they're not being provided for, the vote needs to be able to say, okay, this is not working. We need to do something else. So I want to make certain that that stays intact, but that it is an excellent program, and you seem to be offering that. But, you know, just want to make sure that we're not signing over the vote and making certain that the people get to say, you know, this is not working. Just like a 33% proficiency is not working, if you ask me. So what you are bringing, I did see that, and I did hear from MSCS that your program is a great program and that it is working. So I do support that, but just want to make sure all the mechanics are such that it's better for the children and the families. So, and I'll get with you again, as Chairman said, I'll get with you as well, because I want to see, you know, when we talk about the standards and what you're governed by and what you all are teaching and how that is regulated by anyone who's regulating and determining that, aside from, you know, the Department of Education and things like this. So thank you for allowing me to come by and, you know, really being transparent, and really helping to understand and hearing and having, you know, heartbeat for what we're looking for. So I appreciate that and look forward to it all working out, us working through it to come out with a good product for the children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I just actually, thank you. I wanted to clarify that these are absolutely, the standards are very high. We, in our organization and with all the 15 pre-K operators that we work with, this is the very first time that Memphis and Shelby County has a coordinated, aligned approach to early learning. Over these past 5 years, First State Memphis has tried to build that. And a part of that is that every single operator that we work with is vetted and interviewed and analyzed and assessed to enter into this partnership. So the standards are high. And as I hope you've seen from me, I'm gonna tell you if we're not doing well. I'm gonna tell you if the kids are not doing well. I am absolutely transparent on that. And so I would tell you when we should be celebrating and when we are struggling. I do want to clarify that the County Commission did approve the joint ordinance last week. They approved it. It had its final reading. They did ask that the joint ordinance currently says that we want to see 90% of kids kindergarten ready, and they asked that we move that to 100%. So that's one of the changes that Councilwoman Swearingen-Washington was speaking of. The County Commission said, let's move this from 90 to 100. So that is the change, as well as the effective date of the ordinance, which we may have to also look at. So those were the changes, but the ordinance has passed, really exciting, from the County Commission.
Thank you, yes.
So weary as well.
What you're seeing here is a reaction that we are all very excited to get this joint ordinance passed because it matters. And that is the joy you're seeing. Look, I'm not trying to be flippant. Sometimes I can be, my mouth can go in a little too quickly, but of course we want it to be 100%. We just want the ordinance in place as fast as possible, but we hear you. I've got to move along. Thank you for the effort. We will we'll make the appropriate changes and we'll get us.
But it won't be passed until the minutes are finalized, the county commission, which is what we explained earlier.
Yeah.
It has to be final. It's not final.
Yeah. What's all right? Yeah, it's just clarification, but it's good. All right. Thank you. All right, here we go. Item number 2 and 3. Quick reminder, I'm going to let Walter walk us through them, but these are our annual Get the Ball Rolling. They will go down blank. I don't think we have a copy. If we do, we'll get them next. But anyway, Walter, I'm going to read it. Number 2 into the record. And then because we have to take them separately. So number 2, ordinance to appropriate the proceeds of the tax levy on the assessed values on all properties of every species within the city limits of general purposes for the fiscal year July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, inclusive, together with all collections from privilege license fees, fines, permits, charges, revenue receipts of the city of Memphis for the fiscal year July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, inclusive, to provide the manner in which monies may be transferred from one fund to another and to provide the standard code or designations under which the appropriations are to be administered and accounting control maintained. All council districts sponsored by the administration. Moved by Councilman Warren. May I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Cooper Sutton. Thank you, Councilwoman. Mr. Person, if you will give us a quick, this is what's happening for the record, and then we will move to 3 and we'll get any questions on both items. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, sir. Walter Person, 125 North Main, CFO. So this is part of the customary practice as we enter budget season. As you all know, for an ordinance, it requires 3 readings, so we're trying to get out ahead of time and get you the information that allows us, under ordinance, to levy taxes. It allows us to, well, in accordance with you, to set the tax rate and levy those taxes to the citizens to cover us for the majority of our expenses and the majority of our revenues that we receive via ad valorem taxes.
Any questions or comments as we get to the date, the D-Day? As we get to D-Day, we will finalize and then insert. Back in the day, they used to be 2. It's one bill. So I'm going to go ahead and put it without objection, if it'd be okay. I'd like to have it on consent tonight for first reading. I'd like the council to have as much flexibility to move as fast as it wants or as slow as it needs to, but I'd rather have it on there. Yeah. So it's a boilerplate. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll clarify, but just to clarify, it's a boilerplate kind of document, but we got to get the ball rolling. We will have a boilerplate document to be inserted for the records at some point tonight, hopefully. I just don't want to make the promise. All right. Any other questions or comments? All those in favor with sending this down with a, as a matter of fact, I'm going to make the motion with no recommendation since it's the budget ordinance, to send it down with no recommendation for first reading on consent this evening. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, same rights and privileges. It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. Item number 3 is a resolution for the city treasurer to prepare 2025 tax bills for the state assessed property. All council districts sponsored by Finance Division. May I have a motion and a second? Moved by Smiley, seconded by Swearingen Washington. We are not going to do same amendments because it's a resolution. We're just going to have it go through the ordinary course. The floor is yours, Chief Person.
Brevity is the order of the day. Thank you, sir. So really quickly, state assessed properties are those properties that are typically truck lines and other transportation type entities, railroads, and state properties. They're assessed annually as opposed to quadrennially, like our personal property taxes. So therefore, they require a separate resolution, but it's much of the same thing. It allows us to levy taxes against those types of properties.
Yeah, I'd dive into this one just a touch more.
Sure.
Yeah.
Lakeith Miller, 125 North Main, City Treasurer. So the state assessed properties, they assess in arrears.
Give an example of a state assessed property. Just a piece of property. Give one.
It would be
Shoot one out.
Verizon.
Perfect.
A barge line, trains, those that aren't assessed by the county assessor. Now, they assess in arrears, so we won't receive their assessment until December. By that time, the tax rate's going to be passed and everything. So this will allow us to bill based upon the assessment that we currently have. But there will be an adjustment when we receive the assessment from the State Comptroller's Office in December. But it's done in arrears.
All right. Yeah, and I think here's the thing as we get towards budget season, because I think it'll come up. And Walter, I'm sorry to do this from the fly. It's nothing today, but I want to say it before my ADHD brain forgets about it. We probably at some point need to have a conversation. I'd say more like a discussion / learning session on how we take a look at the reappraisal year and how your office looks at it. And and for y'all, I really would like this to be more of us understanding how the administration builds their budget. This is there's an art and science to this one particular component, and the whole budget really is, but when you're working with a constitutional officer that has a charge and you're trying to build your revenues around it when we do a reappraisal, and you know that people are going to challenge those reappraisals, that's where the art and science of trying to make sure that you've got a budget that within some variance lands on what you think. I mean, Walter has I don't want to say he has no clue. His experience, he's got an idea, but has no clue how many cases the State Board of Equalization may say this is going to go from an assessment of 100,000 to 50,000 or 50,000 to 25,000 on someone's home, business, or whatever. So I want us to have a conversation in the very near future with him and their group to ask questions just about how they go about that. It does not have to be long. I do not want to bring in the assessor. It's no offense to Melvin, but this is a city-led discussion about how we budget. If you have questions about how the assessor does that, I would ask that you do that directly with him or his CAO. I think, honestly, you'll get a more beneficial conversation. Lastly, I want to go over, and this may be more of an Alan thing, but we probably could do it with you as well, but just talking about the certification of the tax rate and what that practically means. I think people get real jumpy and antsy, and I want to make sure that we have an open dialogue, both for the council's benefit and the public, because of the reappraisal year. And it sounds like we have to do a whole lot, but in practicality, it's very simple, logistical. And I think you walking through the why of it, and then Alan walking the body through the why this is very simple would be helpful as we move forward. And I'm sorry to drag us here. I just wanted to get it out there while I was thinking about it. With that being said, I'm going to take us to a vote on, I'm going to take us to a vote on item number 3 to send downstairs with, yes, ma'am, sorry.
Okay, so just to get a clear understanding, I think Dr. Warren has cleared that up in what I was thinking. This is how we get screwed?
Okay, so no. So I'll take 2 buckets. So private property unfair. So for every 2 years now, the assessor is charged by statute. I think it's 2 years still, right? Is it 4 and then 2 for state assessed?
State assessed are assessed every year. Real property is every 4. Yep. So
and they're moving to maybe an every 2.
The appraisal ratio is 2 years after this year.
Yeah.
And the 2 years after is when Councilwoman Cooper said.
Yeah, y'all should get together. I will say it's it's super interesting. Yeah, it's super interesting. But I'll just at a high level, here's what I'll tell you is everybody has. We don't have an appraiser that can go out to every single property that you would when you were buying, renting, selling, whatever house. So they have to take large areas. They look at the appreciation. They set the number. Well, I say, dang, that's way too high. Everybody goes in and takes a process. Walter's got to figure out within some number of a discount to what Melvin's got out there, the assessor rather has out there, and then what he thinks that the state board's going to agree with and discount that back. On top of that, so that's the private sector. On top of that, you have the public sector, like the TVAs of the world that don't pay property taxes, but they do use land, they use services, and so the state basically takes the surrounding property and says, if you were to be a private entity and pay taxes, this is probably what you would be worth, and this is probably what your assessed tax would be, and they use a ratio, and they just adjusted it last year, 2 years ago. It has an impact to what the state remits back to us in what they call a pilot payment, because it's not technically a tax, it's really a use fee. Yeah, it's super, but here's the deal, it's a good subject. I like it. I think it's interesting. All right, all those in favor of sending this down without a recommendation, signify
Turn everything on. The April 22nd meeting of the Planning and Zoning Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Shipp, please call the roll.
Councilwoman Cooper Sutton. Present. Councilman Dr. Warren. Present. Councilwoman Walker.
Present.
Councilwoman Green. Present. Chair Swearengin Washington.
Present. Thank you so much. We will begin with agenda item number 1, resolution approving an honorary street name at Island Drive from A.W. Willis to Harbortown Circle, north for George Edward Falls Jr., District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second?
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilwoman Green and second by Councilwoman Walker. Oh, he's not here, so let's move that. Let's go to the next one because that's Chairman Canale. We'll come back to that. All right. Agenda item number 2, which is the location of Mount Moriah Extended, north of Kirby Terrace Drive. The request is the rezoning of 22.96 acres from residential single family, residential urban, RU-2, conservation agriculture, and residential single family to commercial mixed use, District 2, Super District 9. Can I get a motion and a second?
Move it. Second.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Green and seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren, who from DBD will be presenting this case. Give us your name and address for the records.
Vice Chair, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I believe the group wants to hold it until the 6th.
Okay.
So we can wait on the presentation.
That's correct. We request a hold to the 6th of May, please.
Okay. All right, we'll hold that until May 6th.
And would that be in committee May 6th as well as downstairs on May 6th, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, agenda item number 3, SD 23-02. The location is 1400 Springbrook Road and 1420 Stonebrook Avenue. The request is a street dedication for a portion of Sandbrook Street and a portion of Stonebrook Avenue, Super District 3, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? All right, it's been moved by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton and seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren. Who from the administration is here to talk about that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Brett Ragsdale with DVD. I've got a frozen screen here, so let me work on that for a second.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, my name's Chip Saliba with the Division of Planning and Development, 125 North Main Street with the City Hall. I'll be presenting.
Thank you.
This application is located in Whitehaven. It's generally at the northeast corner of Brooks Road and Interstate 55. And if you're familiar with that area, there's a large business there known as Smith Nephew that manufactures medical devices. And this is the discussion that we'll have today concerning some plans they have with improvements in the area that relate to the past closing of Coughlin Drive. And the best way to explain this is the area map that's shown on the screen. The green indicates the Smith Nephew campus. And you'll see a grayish north-south street that goes through the property. That's Coughlin Drive. Again, that street had previously been approved for closure by the council a few years ago. It was recently, a time extension was granted for its closing by the Land Use Control Board. Now, with that closing came conditions, in fact, several conditions. But Smith Nephew is now in the position of wanting to move forward with the closing and enact those conditions. So 2 of those conditions are on the screen that are indicated by the yellow boxes. And those are, at the top yellow box is a hammerhead where if you're going up to, that is Stonebrook Drive and proceeding east, the street would be closed at a point and you would need an area to turn around, whether it be a car, a fire truck, or whatever. So the proposal is to build what's called a hammerhead or a turnaround area there for vehicles to turn around in a forward motion. Now that hammerhead was specifically looked at by the fire department and blessed by the fire department.
Okay.
That's one thing that has to be built as part of this closure to actually happen. The other, if you come down south on the screen, is another area. Go ahead to that next slide, Brent. Yeah, that's good right there. So that's currently Sandbrook Street comes down south and makes a 90-degree jog into Springbrook Avenue. Smith Nephew, as part of the closure conditions, has agreed to get rid of that 90-degree turn in favor of providing a more smooth transition through traffic through that intersection. So that's what is the other area that's being requested for approval to dedicate the street there. How's that going to work there? What's the smooth transition? If you, it's right now, if you come down south to Sandbrook and right where Brett has the little hand, there's a 90-degree turn right there. And so, and then there's a 90-degree turn back to that intersection where the hand is. This will make a continuing flow transition of the road to that traffic light there, rather than having 2 quick 90-degree turns to make, which is important from the standpoint, more particularly of truck traffic, and being able to make an easier transition there to that traffic light. So that's what that's for. So those are the 2 areas of the street dedication portion of the closure conditions that require your approval as city council to accept public right-of-way in order for Smith Nephew to build those public street areas that I have shown on the screen. So that's the purpose of this, and that way they can begin making some of these improvements before Coughlin Drive is actually physically closed. Right now, you can drive up and down Coughlin. It's a public street, if you will, and but these improvements have to be made first before the street can be physically closed. Okay. So that's the purpose of this application. Well, Land Use Control Board did approve this, these little 2 street dedication areas, and there was no opposition to these street dedications. Be glad to answer any questions if y'all have any.
Thank you. We have Councilwoman Walker in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for coming today. So last year, was this before us last year? Did you all deal with this last year, Mr. Ragsdale?
We did last May at the Land Use Control Board.
Okay, and there was opposition at the time. What was the opposition about?
There was opposition at the time. It was to the street closing itself, re-upping that, if you will, and the opposition was concerned about that being one of the 2 exits out of the development that one would be closed with the closing of this, but there were several conditions added to the closure to try to mitigate the loss of that street once it's closed. In fact, one of the conditions says that if there's ever an emergency that would cause Sandbrook to be closed, then Coughlin has to automatically be opened up to allow traffic to get in and out of that industrial neighborhood.
Okay. And Mr. Ragsdale, have those conditions been met satisfactory?
Yes, Councilwoman, they are being met through the conditions, and then the opposition actually has agreed with these conditions, and so they have removed their opposition to the case. So once all these conditions are met, the parties that were in opposition will be satisfied with that.
Okay, and then the actual work for the street closure, are we picking up the tab for that, or you all?
Smith and Nephew would have that, and actually Ms. Reeves represented the opposition, so she agreed to be here today if you had any questions for them, and Mr. Dugard represents Smith and Nephew. So.
Thank you for coming. Did you have anything to add?
Cindy Reeves, SR Consulting, 5909 Shelby Oaks Drive, Suite 200. This has been a very long and painful process, and we have come to an agreement with Smith and Nephew. I represented the Rivalto family, and I think this new solution that we finally have come up with is a much better solution for us. I mean, ultimately, if it were a perfect world, we would not be closing Coughlin Road, but we are closing Coughlin Road, and we have agreed to it with conditions, and we are in agreement with the conditions that Smith and Nephew has done. And we've worked very, very closely together, and we're going to continue to work together. We have a good working relationship now.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
All right, with no further discussion, let's call it to a vote. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The agenda item number 4, Z25-02, the location is the north side of East Shelby Drive, approximately 300 feet west of Lamar Avenue. It's a request of rezoning of 1.702 acres from commercial mixed use to employment area, and it is District 3, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? Second. It's been moved by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren, who from DPD will be presenting this case.
Madam Chair, Brett Ragsdale with DPD. We did have a presentation at the last committee meeting, so we're happy to present again if you'd like a brief presentation.
No, we know that this was EMP for a truck stop at Shelby and Lamar, and it was heard. It was sent down with a favorable recommendation. So why is it on the agenda again then?
We weren't sure if maybe one of the council members had some additional questions, so I think the applicant is here, so if there were any additional questions, we could answer those.
Okay. Councilwoman Walker?
Thank you. So truck stop, is it just truck stop only? Will there be a convenience store?
It's not even definitely a truck stop. It's they've got several different uses that they're looking at. That's one of them that they mentioned. So if it is a truck stop, I'm sure there'll be some sort of services added there, with the store. But we're not at that point yet.
My apologies. So you did say in so many words that the applicant was, undecided. And my concern is the renovation of Lamar. And I'm just wondering what's going to happen on those 4 corners. And is the applicant waiting to see what's going to take place before they choose exactly what they're going to do?
Yes, and that's part of it. And as shown on the plot plan, that's part of the staff report. There's a median in there, so what kind of access that we're going to have? We know that there's not going to be a median cut, so that will drive what happens on this side as well. So where the controlled access from TDOT ends, which right now we think is right at our southeast corner, and where that median, the final disposition of that is going to depend on what this site gets used for.
So with respect to the median, and I'm not going long, Madam Chair, with respect to the median, it's like we are in the middle of median mania. All these medians And I had to say that. But so if they're waiting to see what else is going to happen in the immediate area, and for people who are not clear on what I'm referring to, they're not at the corner, they're just west of the corner, and Lamar is undergoing a major renovation, and all four corners have been cleared and just no sign of what was there previously. So with respect to the median mania, whatever the applicant decides to do, won't they have to take that median into consideration in terms of accessing the property?
Correct, and the indication has been there's no modifications coming to that median. So yes, where that median lands and how that's finally disposed will determine what kind of access we have to this site.
Okay, so I don't necessarily oppose this, but I am concerned about how this is going to evolve, because just certain things are just not going to work there with respect to that median. And I'm going through there relatively often, and a couple of the medians and the new medians in Whitehaven, people are driving across them, getting stuck in the mud, and that's why I'm saying median mania, to be nice. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. I yield the floor.
Okay, thank you. We won't have to take a vote because it was already sent down with a favorable recommendation on April 8th. All right, item number 5, SUP 2024-039, gas station at 2730 South Mendenhall. It was heard in committee, but this item was held. So with that hold, let's go ahead and see what.
Yes, Madam Chair. Brett Raxel, DPD. It was a few weeks ago that we did this 4 weeks ago. So, we don't have any updates, but we can do a brief presentation if you'd like. I think the applicant had something they wanted to share, but I think maybe we should do it just a really brief presentation.
Okay.
Nicholas Wardrop, Planning and Development. This is a request to allow a gas station at 2730 South Mendenhall. That is the southeast corner of Mendenhall and Fox Plaza. So here you see the site. Here is a former Hertz Rent-A-Car. So the proposed gas station would go in what was the former parking lot. The major thing is we are recommending rejection for 3 reasons. One, we've got some issues with the site design, particularly that the proposed building faces Fox Plaza instead of Mendenhall, which is the major street. If you go to page 19 of the staff report, you'll see some commentary on some ecological concerns. And finally, just the inconsistency with Memphis 3.0. Happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Councilwoman Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With respect to the property facing Fox Plaza, what's the issue with that? It's not zoned where it can face Mount Moriah, or?
No, so the UDC has some design standards for gas stations, and they're really intended to get a more urban, walkable design out of gas stations. And to do that, the building should be pulled up against the major street, which in this case is Mendenhall. And so this does meet the letter of the law under the UDC in terms of where the building is. But of course, when it comes to you for discretionary approval, we'd like to see something a little higher than the letter of the law. So that's the reason for that.
All right. Did you have something you wanted to say?
Yes, I did. I thought that they did not Kareem send you guys an updated site plan? Because I had called you about that the other day, and I thought he did. Now, granted, if there's something else that needs to be changed, we would have a problem doing that. So I just want to put that out there. But I thought he did send you guys something that was updated.
You didn't get anything updated?
So this is the site plan we have. If there's and this is the site plan that's in your resolution for reference.
So is the walkable plan, is the most walkable plan facing Fox Plaza or facing Mendenhall?
Facing Mendenhall would be a more urban design for sure.
So can you all have it face Mendenhall?
Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. I just want to make sure that.
State your name and address for the record, please.
Sorry about that. Aaron K. Robinson with Berry Properties Incorporated, 3264 Sarah's Inn Circle, Memphis, Tennessee, 38125.
All right, so I'm going to make a motion to hold this again until we can get another design and get something updated. Okay?
Okay, so for clarity, outside the walkable, is that under 3.0 or the 3.0 issue was another issue?
So the issue with the road the building is on is that, like I mentioned, the UDC has design standards that are really meant to, put scrutiny on gas stations and say, okay, if we're going to allow a gas station, we're going to get a really great urban design out of it. And this design does not, in our opinion, does not meet the intent of those standards.
Do you think you can get the design updated?
Easily, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure that we need to, in other words, make sure the building is facing Mendenhall, basically twist everything around, make it more pedestrian friendly. Is there anything else specifically we need to do? Because some of the language is confusing, and I think that's why Kareem did it the way he did it.
If you all can meet offline.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, because really in District 4, we have enough gas stations and tire shops. So if we're gonna have it, it needs to be fantastic.
I agree.
We will do that. We will totally.
I agree.
We have shared some of the requirements in a memo, and so we'll be sure and share that again and speak with them.
Okay, so we'll hold that until the next meeting?
So that would be what,
May 6th? Or do you need a little bit more time than that?
No, that's fine. We could do May 6th.
May 6th.
Okay
All right.
with you, Councilman Walker?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, the next item is item number 6, SUP 25-03. The location is 5205 Winchester Road. It's a request to allow vehicle sales, District 3, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? Moved by Councilman Dr. Warren. It's been seconded by Chairman Ford Canale. Who from the administration is here to speak on this item?
Good afternoon. This is Masson with DPD. I am presenting SUP 2025-003. Location is in Winchester Road. You can see the location map and also the vicinity map here. Per the zoning, it's located in the CMU2 district, and also it's governed by Walton Lake planned commercial development. This has been rezoned to the planned commercial in 1987 by the City Council. However, the DPD did not approve this rezoning. A little bit of background about this particular space and property. The applicant has filed this SUP a while back, and they also purchased the second part of the land as I'm showing it here. And they came back to the Land Use Control Board in December, like mentioning that they have purchased another part of this land to expand their auto sale dealership. Due to failing providing the updated site plan, it was dropped at the LUCB meeting. So the applicant refiled this SUP, and they got rejected from DPD, but got the approval from Land Use Control Board. A little bit of analysis on this. Here you can see the site plan that the applicant is proposing. A closer look to the site plan. And based on Memphis 3.0, they believe this use is not consistent with the character of the neighborhood. A little bit of analysis on that. Since on the other side of the street, there is existing development of residential, and also since this particular commercial district is not meant for such intense uses like auto sale, because they have storage on outside, and they have display showing, and there is residential properties along the street. We do not believe that this use is beneficial for that commercial district, and based on that, we have rejected that. But in case it gets approved by the City Council, we have conditioned it to improving this streetscape, dumpster location, fencing, lighting, parking, circulation, and you can see all the list of the recommendations here. And per the reasons of rejection, as mentioned previously, based on Memphis 3.0, we do not believe that this use is consistent, and also since a commercial like shopping center like that needs circulation, we do not believe that having an auto sale shop there would be helpful and beneficial. Hence, that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
And I can imagine people don't want these tote-to-note places by their homes. We can go for a vote on this. Those in favor? Those opposed? Aye. It is the opinion of chairs that we don't approve this. Thank you. Item number 7, SAC 24-07, SAC 24-08. The address is 400 Mahana Avenue. The request is to close and vacate a public right-of-way, District 7, Super District 8. Can I get a motion and a second? Moved by Councilwoman Cooper Sutton, seconded by Councilman Dr. Warren. We know that this is for a gated entrance into an existing industrial property. And give us some information. Who from the administration is here to present? Give us your name and address for the record.
Good afternoon. Again, this is Masano Stadnia with DPD. So this case actually is focusing on closing the portion of Mahana Avenue and also a portion of Mini Street. As you can see on the aerial map, the portions have been located. And the zoning is mostly employment and also heavy industrial. And the land use is mostly industrial and also commercial. You can see a few pictures of the site and the portions that the applicant is proposing to close off.
Go back to that first picture, please. Wasn't it a picture before that one? Okay. Okay. Keep your property nice. We like that.
And you can see the right-of-way vacation for Mahana Avenue here, and also for Mini Street. In total of like closing the Mahana Avenue and also the Mini Street, the applicant is proposing to vacate the public right of way of half an acre from the city's network. And per the consistency analysis, we don't have any analysis from the Memphis 3.0, and also we believe that this is not going to be injurious to the public benefit or public good. So DPD and LUCB approved this case with conditions. Here you can see the list of conditions, like the developer needs to be in charge of the expenses of relocation for the utilities, sewer, drainage, etc. And also they would need to provide curb, gutter, and they would need the approval and permit from the city engineering. And also after getting the approval from the city council, the applicant needs to apply all these conditions within 3 years. And they would need to provide adequate queuing and also maneuvering room. These are the conditions that has been listed. And also the applicant mentioned a few changes to the resolution. They would like to add a barricade the type 3 barricade instead of putting like the closure, like doing the whole installation for a while. And this is something that they're offering to be added in the resolution. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any question.
All right. Councilman Warren?
As you're looking at this piece of property, and you look, you'll see at one point at the northern part here, it looks like that's where the greenway is going. Where is it going to go as it relates to these street closures? There are these places that potentially are going to be required to connect the greenway that's coming from Mud Island as it connects over into Fraser later on. I'm not sure what the plans are for there, but if you look at the very top of that map, you can see that's the greenway that's coming up at the top where that levee's coming over. And I'm just wondering, have we looked at that long term, and does this make any difference? Do we need some sort of, you see it's right there at the top, it's sort of dead ends?
Right. Yeah, Councilman Brett Ragsdale with DPD. I was just looking on the screen at the closures, and they are north or south of that by about a block or so.
Yeah, I just didn't know if at some point they're going to be involved, or we're going to need to have some sort of assistance from this particular landowner that wants to close this off, that we're going to need right away for that greenway going across. It'd be nice to have that in this document where they're saying, yeah, we'll let you take that, but we're going to be giving you some when you need it for that greenway to go across our property. How do we put that into this?
That wasn't anything that we looked at.
know.
We can definitely look at that closer and see if there was anything we could do and bring that back if there is anything.
Can you possibly do that just to make sure?
We could.
Mr. Zena?
Sure.
Councilman Warren, John Zena, Planning and Development. Between today and 2 weeks when this is downstairs, we will speak with the City Parks Department and the Wolf River Conservancy to understand if this is on the target list for acquisition or easement, and if it is, and that hasn't been arranged already with this property owner, we can discuss what that might look like.
Now's a really good time to do that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that generally, yes.
And if you go through there, you'll see it comes up to where there's a bridge that goes across the Wolf River. And I imagine at some point that's going to be, the issue of what they need to do to connect these greenways. They're going to have to get across the Wolf River, and it looks like it's going to be up above at the top of this property where the other bridge is.
So just to clarify that map, get on the record.
That map, yes, Mark Job, attorney for the applicant, 6,000 Poplar, Suite 400, Memphis 38119, with Glencler Brown. That's our vicinity map. So that everything in blue is not owned by the applicant. This is the Kruger Products facility. And so it is a large manufacturing facility, but this closure, and I'm receptive.
Is that blue line where you own up above?
Yes, kind of up to Leo, but we don't own all. Where
Looks like you start to own it right there. If you take the thing down a little bit.
Let's just send it down because it'll be it.
See, I think it becomes your property up here at the top in this direction. Take it, yeah, and keep taking it down. Look, we need to see that top right corner. There you go, right there. See, it looks like you own that top right at the part where you need to come around and get to that Thomas Street area. That's where the bridge would probably go if you're connecting that greenway across and around. So now's the time we need to get that access or ability to use that property, I think.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
All right, and you're saying you can get that clarification in 2 weeks for us?
Certainly, we can. I do know that the Conservancy has already, mapped out the expected path of the trail.
And
And whether or not it intersects this property is a question I don't know the answer to, but we
I don't
can,
either,
yeah,
but
we can find out.
let's find out, and if it
within the
is,
next 2 weeks.
we should do something.
And I can coordinate with Mr. Joe if
Thank
that
you.
is the case.
Okay.
So Councilwoman Chairman, so we're not gonna hold it because this is Super District 8, District 7, and she's not, so you're gonna clarify everything that needs to be clarified because that's what.
Yeah, we'll send it down without a recommendation, and then in 2 weeks, that will give us some time. We can do
2
that.
weeks? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Those in favor of sending it down without a recommendation?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? It's the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. We're gonna go back to item number 1, which is a resolution approving an honorary street name in Island Drive from A.W. Willis to Harbor Town, Circle North for George Edward Falls Jr., District 7, Super District 9, sponsored by Chairman Ford Canale. Can we get a motion in a second? Moved by Councilwoman Green, second by Councilwoman Walker. Ford Canale, you're recognized. Sir Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have anything to say upstairs. I'll do the presentation downstairs this evening.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate your support.
All right, now we're gonna move to item number 8, which is 611 East Candace Drive. It's a special use permit to allow a communications tower. District 2, Super District 9. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Councilman Dr. Warren, seconded by Councilman Ford, who from DPD will be presenting this case.
Good afternoon again. This is Masano Stadnia with DPD. This is a communication tower that the applicant is proposing in the RU3 district. You can see the location map and also the vicinity map here. The surrounding areas are a mix of RU3 commercial mixed use 1 and commercial mixed use 3. Per the land use map, you can see that mostly it's commercial and also multifamily. Here are a few pictures of the site. And the highlighted yellow section is the proposed area for the cell tower that the applicant is proposing. Sorry for the technical issue.
While she's pulling that up, I want to go back to number 1. We didn't do a vote. All those who in favor? Aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chairs that the ayes have it.
Almost there.
So here is the proposed site plan from the applicant. And so Memphis 3.0 believes that this is a consistent use because it is meeting the requirement of investing in a smart city project infrastructure for the future of developing Memphis. And the gross area that the applicant is proposing to put this cell tower is 2,100 square foot. And we believe that the granting of this use is not injurious to the public good. And here's a list of conditions that the applicant may need to follow. And that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Sir, your name and address for the record.
Hello, I'm Lou Katzerman, representing Tower Ventures, 495 Tennessee Street, Suite 152, Memphis.
Okay, so the staff and Land Use Control Board recommends approval. Any
Yes.
comments from any council members?
I'm sorry? monopole.
Okay, let's take it to a vote. Those in favor, aye. Any opposed? It is the opinion of the chair, so the ayes have it. All right, last on our.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming.
Yes.
Foxtown, get on it.
Foxtown.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, I've been asking for 4 or 5 years, Foxtown, I'd like to see one there, and we can use, Fuller Park. They got a spot for it, okay?
Where's Spinoza?
So if you go down there to Foxtown and claim this and the other, you have to take the phone and try to see if we can get some frequencies down there. I mean, it's been that way forever, so I said, hey, yeah, please, and
I'm okay getting in, but I want to talk about this.
see that down there.
All righty.
It's been promised, and everybody did everything but, okay?
All righty.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Last on our agenda is a discussion regarding short-term rentals, all council districts. And this was requested by Councilman Spinoza. Can I get a motion and a second? Okay, that's right. I don't know why they put this on here. Okay. Are you gonna discuss it?
No, Madam Chair. I was just getting something off of here, but
Is anybody here to discuss it? The short-term rentals? We just discussing among ourselves? Okay, we'll wait a couple of minutes. Yes, we're here to discuss the short-term rentals, Councilman Spinoza, that you've requested.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
You're welcome.
So I was watching back in the office, it's on a delay. So, to summarize, really just want to make some comments. And also, did Chairman Canale speak on this yet?
He did not. He was waiting on you.
Let him steal your thunder. He's a humble leader. He said he didn't want to steal my thunder. So my hope today was to bring up something like an official resolution or an ordinance change, but I did just want to share these comments. Ford and I, or Chairman Canale and I, were at a neighborhood meeting. I guess it was third month of the year last year. It was pretty early in the year. I don't think there's a single council member or meeting up here that hasn't heard a complaint about short-term rental units, Airbnbs, and the like. I'm an Airbnb customer, right? If there's 100 Airbnbs in the city of Memphis, I would like to think that 99 of them we don't have issues with. But the ones that we have issues with, we have issues with, from shootings. I mean, there's been murder. I met with a woman 3 weeks ago by the Liberty Bowl who had bullet holes in her living room, and this is in a quiet, sweet neighborhood in our city. So we all know what's happening, and I just really wanted to bring something up today that we could consider, but Attorney Wade's still working on it. Councilman Canale has also been working on this for quite a bit since that meeting we were at last year. So I'm just laying the groundwork for us. Hopefully next meeting, we're gonna have something that's been well thought out that we can actually vote on. As you know, we run into a lot of laws with the state of Tennessee, what we can and can't do here locally to address it. So next council meeting, I plan on bringing something forward for this body to where we can help the citizens of Memphis that are having these issues, and look forward to y'all's support.
Thank you, Councilman Spinoza. Councilman Dr. Warren?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I know we've all been getting a lot of emails when it comes to this topic, and we're all very concerned because it's every neighborhood in the city is at risk for, bad actors. I've had a lot of good suggestions, some of which I don't know are legal, but, these are becoming commercial properties. So one thing may be the assessor may need to assess them as a commercial property and make them illegal in a residential area. I don't know if we can do that, but I think we're going to have to look at various things. I'll be really interested to see what Alan can bring up. And I just want the public to know we're all thinking about this. Our hands are tied by certain legislation and laws that this industry got in before cities knew that they needed to react. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing this up as well. And this issue has been going on ever since I got on council. I know we have been really having issues with it, and it really was prolific after COVID. And Director Zena, I know, has been working on this for many years. And we have, I don't know if you all are working together, but he actually produced some legislation. We do have some legislation on this and some ordinances and zones on it. Where are we on that? If you will, come on up, Chairwoman, if you may. And if you could give us some insight, I'm not sure if you're working with them. We did pass legislation on short-term rentals and have a whole slew of laws regarding the regulations regarding it that may need to be upgraded based on new findings or whatnot. But if you could shed some light on this matter, I'd appreciate it.
John Zena, Planning and Development. Councilwoman Logan, you're correct that I guess it was 2 years ago now, we updated the city's short-term rental ordinance to add a couple of new provisions that weren't previously in the ordinance, such as requiring a permit for any short-term rental, and then also adding some enforcement criteria and limiting the number of sleeping rooms to 3. The problem, as both Councilman Spinoza and Councilman Warren have alluded to, is that there are state laws that limit the impact and the effectiveness of local laws related to short-term rentals. One of the provisions in the state law that is, I believe, particularly problematic is that any short-term rental that existed under a previous version of local regulation regarding short-term rental is able to continue operations under that previous version. So even though, for example, the permit requirement was put in place on July 1st of 2023, if a short-term rental was operating prior to July 1st, 2023, it's not subject to the permit requirement. When we're talking about, essentially, most Airbnbs most short-term rentals they're single-family homes that are being rented out as short-term rentals. So from a zoning standpoint, they are it's a single-family residential property. So if we have a non-conforming use in the zoning world, there are different points in time in which we're able to stop that non-conforming use from doing something that furthers that non-conformance because they have to do things like get a building permit, for example, from us. They need other permits from the government. It's a little different with short-term rentals, as we've found, since they're essentially working through a private company. It's very difficult to determine when those short-term rentals began operating, whether it was before July 1st, 2023 or after. Our division is actually not responsible for administering the short-term rental ordinance. It's a Division of Public Works through City Code Enforcement, but I do know that that's one thing that they have encountered as a particular problem, is being able to accurately determine when an Airbnb started, whether it was before or after that date. So that's just one example of how the state law creates challenges for us locally.
So if you have to go through Airbnb for your home to be used as an Airbnb, isn't there a date associated with that?
That data is privately held.
Huh?
That data is privately held.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's like we're back to the drawing board.
And I think that's what Councilman Spinoza is working with Attorney Wade on now, is what that drawing board looks like, that maybe is is not updating the short-term rental ordinance, but is looking at some
Yeah.
other
Doing something
approach.
different.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I think what, and if you don't mind, Madam Chairwoman, I'll just make a comment and like,
Get Councilwoman Green in there, and then you can make your comment, because I skipped her. Councilwoman Green.
Is that okay? Yeah, I was actually thinking, Director Zena and I could say the party house on Kirby, on Little Kirby, you know exactly what I'm talking about,
do.
right? Yeah. So none of our districts are immune to it, and it causes all kinds of problems. In particular, in my neighborhood, it's not just being loud or gunshots. Little Kirby is the street that the firemen use. It's a 2-lane road, and when 50 cars park on it, they can't get through. Fire and police can't get through. There's other kinds of considerations. So I've definitely felt your frustration, through my constituents trying to work through this issue. I'm excited that we're going to try to bring something else up. I think it's great to talk to Director Zena and what they've already done. And I would say maybe next time let's also have MPD here so they can talk through, when they show up, what they can do, what they can't do, what they want to do. And that could be another route for us to, just get some feedback on. And then I'll say, again, to your frustration, we're never going to have the lobbying power of Airbnb. We'll never be able to write the checks that they write to state legislatures or to have a lobbyist sit up there. But the session is about to end in Nashville, and none of us went up there for a single item. We didn't make one trip on any item. We've got to do better, at least in my next few years here, in getting a legislative agenda that is the city council's agenda and then going to the state legislature and presenting it so they can at least hear from us what our frustrations are, because what they're addressing is what they see in the news, right? So, today there's some legislation around the school board. They see stuff in the news and they react that way. They need to hear from us what we're hearing from our constituents, which is something like these Airbnb rentals. And we need to have a really defined legislative agenda and a real push to get up to Nashville. It's frustrating to be somebody who's voted to be a representative of citizens in the city of Memphis and feel like I haven't done my job to get that message relayed to the state, and then have someone come here and say the state's tying my hands, Anyway, those are my 2 points. I would definitely bring DPD back, and I would bring MPD next time too.
Okay. Councilman Spinoza?
And our lobbyists as well. We have lobbyists up there as well. If they're not, representing us. Well, if we're still paying them, they have. Oh, okay. Okay.
all right,
Thank you.
thank you, Chairwoman. So to piggyback on that, Councilwoman Green, and in response to what you were saying, Councilwoman Logan, and you too, John, I don't want to do like a spoiler alert, and Councilman Canale's over here. Everybody on this dais has played a part in all of this work. And so instead of looking to Nashville for any of this, what we're hoping to bring is things that we can control here. And then, of course, yes, I agree. I need to go up there. I have phone calls and all that. But yeah, what we're going to bring in 2 weeks or 3 weeks is what we can control here. MPD will certainly be here. Calls to service makes me think of the false alarm ordinance, first time, second time, third time, what actions we can take locally to address problem locations. So
I have one more thing.
hopefully that answers your question. Thanks.
Thank you.
And for the record, even if we are not going down there, we still have built a positive rapport with Democrats and Republicans, and we are in communications. So that's important, to be able to communicate, pick up the phone.
I just wanted to add one more thing. So there are certainly, so as Councilman Spinoza said, 99 out of 100 are operating fine. They give visitors the opportunity to see different parts of our city, and they don't create issues. Unfortunately, there's several that create a lot of issues and a lot of very serious issues. When we have instances that are just one-off, especially if it's, a criminal activity that happens one-off. Those are typically handled by MPD. We do have instances where there are Airbnbs or VRBOs, which is the other major platform, where listings are advertising for hosting parties. And when that happens, we are able to use the zoning code to enforce the requirement that a home-based event center be required to get a special use permit. And so there have been several properties that advertise parties and events or advertise their use for parties and events that we're able to take to environmental court and enforce as a zoning violation. Of course, I just said those two words, environmental court. You all know how that process works, or you can imagine how that process works when we have an instance of a short-term rental that's operating that way. But that is a means in which we have been able to stop at least some properties that are explicitly advertising for events and parties from operating in that manner. It takes a while. It can be very drawn out and cumbersome and complex, but that's an option that we have been using.
And is that the only court that can handle that?
To this point, yes, that's the only court that we have gone to. I suppose we also could explore Chancery as an option.
Let's try to explore that.
Chair, what about the new state bill, 1050, the one on nuisance businesses? It just was passed recently, within the past 2 weeks or so. That one supports nuisance businesses, and it really has a lot of teeth in it. Would the ones that are using their pools or renting their facilities be considered businesses? Director Zena?
I'll have to look up the bill and read the definitions. If somebody's just renting their pool for parties, that's a zoning violation. So we also can enforce it under the UDC.
Okay.
And we have done that. There's actually a home in Raleigh.
Yes,
We were able to get stopped from doing that.
That's why I was asking. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Spinoza again.
And I'll be quick, sorry. So John, you just mentioned, and I'm going to say the address. It's on North Alicia, and it's a problem. And there's a bunch of sweet people that live around there. It's all over our city. They advertised 15 people could fit in the home. I mean, I could put 15 in my car if I really wanted to, but 15 people, and then they said parking for 15. I mean, it's just not, not accurate, right? So when we see things like that, this is an education piece for me. This is something we can bring to you.
Potentially, we may need to see more as evidence that they're using it, they're advertising it for events.
Yeah, there's a car accident that night at 2 a.m. I drove by there at midnight to check on it. And I mean, that's what's coming. So all the addresses and all the owners, and I'm not afraid to mention it, but it's just time that we as a body call it out and see it and control what we can control with it. It's just, I'm excited. 2 weeks. It's gonna be fun.
And there have been plenty of instances where you can, you click on the Airbnb listing and in the description, great for parties, That's,
and there's,
that's an easy one.
And I'll just say
15 parking spots is a little bit hard.
And I'll say this too, and I just want the citizens of Memphis to know that we hear them and that we're about to do something about it. And it's land rights, property rights. Well, everybody around that property has property rights too. And it's like every weekend, it's what's going to happen next, and we're tired of it. So,
thank you, Councilman. Councilman Forcanale, we'll end with you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Director Zena, what kind of taxes do they pay?
This is a little out of my swim lane. They're going to most likely pay residential property tax if it's a single family home.
No. For renting, like, can we?
Oh, there is a tax that.
Are they exempt from hotel motel and?
They are exempt from hotel motel, but there is a tax that they pay that's in the short-term rental ordinance. that's outlined in the ordinance.
That would be great if they would pay.
Would that have to be
hotel
changed at
motel.
the state level for them to be taxed the same way a hotel is?
You could pursue that.
I'm asking, they would have to change it at the state level?
I would expect so, because if you're suggesting that they be taxed, their property tax be the same as a hotel.
No, the
A
tax,
hotel
the
motel.
fees that they impose on the renters.
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, if there's no other business for this committee, we conclude
Councilman Ford Senior. Councilwoman Green. Present. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Smiley.
I'm here, bro.
Councilman Espinosa.
Here.
Vice Chairwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Walker. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilwoman White. And Chairman Canale.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda, but I'm going to wait until Attorney Wade joins us in the committee room. So I'm going to go ahead and read our add-on items into the record. Item 35, a resolution to amend the sewer FY25 CIP budget by transfer of contract construction appropriations for sewer capital pay-go to sewer revenue bonds to fund ongoing construction projects at T.E. Maxson Wastewater Treatment Facility, $1,913,738.95. In Sludge Disposal Earth Complex, project number SW2006, and $2,903,194 in South Plant Expansion, project number SW02033. This is in District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 36, Memphis Animal Shelter Advisory Board appointments. Barbara A. Britton, Tori P. Eads, Fabiola Francis, and Elizabeth Smith. There is a request for same-night minutes. Item 37, a resolution to amend the FY25 Council Community Grant Allocations, all council districts, sponsored by Councilman Smiley. There is a request for same-night minutes. Same-night minute items are 10, 35, 36, and 37. Item number 29 will be held 2 weeks. Item number 30 will be held 1 month. And item number 7 on the main agenda from P&Z will be held 2 weeks. Councilwoman Logan, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Chair. Colleagues, I just wanted to let you know on Thursday, we're going to have our first task force meeting. I, again, appreciate your support on the Wolf River Bottoms Task Force. And we're going to be voting on chair and vice chair. They are tasked with selecting 2 community members. And I wanted to give you all an opportunity to forward any recommendations for community members from your district to Ms. Alicia if you want them considered for the task force. I definitely want to have community residents there that you are familiar with and will be committed to the work. So if you could get your recommendation to Ms. Alicia by noon on this Thursday, I'd appreciate it. You should have an email reflective of this request as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman, and I appreciate you heading that up. Attorney Wade. All right, colleagues, we have one item on the agenda. It's the most exciting item of the year. It always gives me chills and makes the hair on the back of my neck stand up, and just excited to be here for the FY26 IMPASS committee selection. All council districts required by ordinance. Attorney Wade, the floor is yours, and then I'll read the lucky winners. Or you can.
Oh, man. Okay. So the process is we've been given notices. Everybody's qualified? Huh? I mean, everybody's met the requirements to go forward.
After a second try, yes, they did.
All right, very good. And so essentially, under the ordinance, the associations pick a member, the administration picks a member, and the 2 of them pick a third. So we have names for, it looks like we've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at IMPASS, ASME, Crafts, CWA, IMAGW, IUOE, and MPA. And so CWA has not made a selection?
We're getting a selection from them now.
Okay. So that is got to happen now. And if you have the list, you can read off who are the lucky winners.
Okay, I'll read them all. Ask Me picks Councilman Smile. Administration picks Chase Carlisle. Crafts picks Councilwoman Jerry Green. Administration picks Councilwoman Janice Warrington Washington. CWA, we're waiting on them. The administration picks Michael and Easter Thomas. IAMAW, Edmund Ford Sr. is the association's pick. Rhonda Logan is the administration's pick. IUOE the association picks Jerry Green. She's popular. Administration's pick for IUOE is Jeff Warren. MPA picks Councilwoman Jerry Green. And administration picks Janika White. And so we'll give each of you a list, and then y'all can collaborate and tell us who you want your third member to be, and we'll notify them. The only other thing I will say to you is under the ordinance, the council cannot negotiate or try to think they can mediate something. You have to stay out of it. You're sitting in a quasi-judicial, you're settling a contract, not a contract dispute because it's not a contract, but you're settling an impasse over economic items. And so you're sitting in judgment to make a recommendation. And so we have urged you not to discuss the deliberations with the associations. I'm sure they call you and email you all the time. And we are urging them not to email and contact you as well. Let everything happen in the confines of the meetings and the presentations. We give everybody ample time to make presentations, so that's how it should work. That keeps everything clean. It keeps us on task and keeps us going forward. And unless y'all want to open up Pandora's box and have the wild, wild west, of which I don't recommend, I think that's probably the best approach to do. With that, I don't think I have anything else to add. Yeah, they do. Yeah, she's going to collaborate with each of the. Okay, that's fine. They're out, yeah, because they haven't participated. But you're going to collaborate with all of the committees, and they'll get a third member, and we can announce it downstairs.
Yep, okay.
Thank you, Attorney Wade. Thank you, Ms. Hammond. Colleagues, anything else before executive?
One other thing, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Hammond will give the committee members the time schedule so you'll know when you have to complete your meetings by and so on and so forth. And then the whole council will get the schedule too, because then we have to proceed forward till we get the budget.
Send them what I sent you.
Okay, that's fine.
All right. Just a reminder also to get your selections into Councilwoman Logan for her task force. What's the deadline again? Thursday at noon. Thank you, colleagues.